Let's start again with some sound. That was silly. Okay, so starting as a complete beginner, I've managed to go without any sound. Let's go through it again. So, right, I've got my fluffy dice. I've got my whiteboards. I've got my Harry Potter wand. You never know when you're going to need it. I've got lots of water, and we will now start. That could not have started any worse, but never mind. I recommend for any of my lessons, I recommend you have with you some paper, either lined paper, pencils. I've got my nice long ruler, so a ruler. I'm going to ask you to use some scissors today. Obviously, if you're younger, then please use get an adult to supervise. If you're a bit older, I reckon you'll cope. We're going to go through all sorts of different things. I always want to start the lessons with obviously the register, because that's how you have to start the lessons. So I'm going to go quickly through as many people as I know are likely to be here. So we've got lots of M's: Martin, Matilda, Musa, Kata, Corinne, Milena, Max, Frank, Bob, Jeff, Billy Bob, Bobby Bill, James, Roxy, Oscar, Macy, Ahmed, Susan, Igor, Nina times 2. Nina times 2 is actually having a birthday today. She's 18, so happy birthday, Nina times 2. Joe, Elliot, and Hayden. Hayden can't be here today. He is he's currently playing hide and seek, so he can't be here, unfortunately. So let's get started on the lesson. Now, I did promise in my first video, I did say that I would introduce myself a little bit. I told you about the fact that I'm scared of trampolines. Now, to try and get over that fear, my wife actually swapped our bed with a trampoline. I hit the roof. I was so angry. Anyway, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to tell you, this is my philosophy is that we should have fun with teaching, with our learning. We should try and make sure that we are trying to enjoy what's going on, make it interesting. On that, what I need you to all do is try and get your parents to get onto the Facebook group, and I've set up a group for Mr. Harris Maths where you can download resources. I'm going to be uploading worksheets you can do beforehand. I'm going to show you a bit about that shortly. This is all new for me. I'm learning. I've had to learn to live stream since I came up with the idea of doing it last week. So as you've seen, first thing I have to remember to do is turn on my my camera. I need feedback. Please give me feedback. I will read all the comments. I can't respond straight away, but obviously, if it wasn't for the comments, I wouldn't have known that no one could hear me. So, I will try and interact with the live chat every now and again, but obviously that's going to take up lesson time. So, let's see. I am going to quickly move on to various different things. So, the timetable for today, let's bring that up. So, if I do this now, here we go. You should still be able to see me, and you should now see the timetable for today. And I can just do this, and we are good to go. And here we are. That tells you how long we've been doing the lesson, just to keep our eye on things. So, I've got, this morning, we're going to have some Key Stage 2 stuff. So if you're a bit old for this, I do understand if you leave and come back later. If you are just enjoying me, laughing at Mr. Harris, that's absolutely fine as well. You can watch it as long as you want. Okay? Obviously, any comments, try and remember that there's lots of youngsters in the things, and they're going to want help with things. They might want to ask things. So please feel free to help out if you're an older student. I know James from my Year 10 class is here. He might be able to help out if you've got any questions. So please feel free to ask questions, and you can do that on here. You can do that on, as you can see, the Facebook group. There's a group there set up for parents and for the older students to ask questions, to download resources, and I'll try and use that as much as I can. James, you don't have to stay here, but the longer you're here helping, that's all very useful. So, moving on, what are we going to be doing? So, I've got my Year 3s to 6s. I've got a plan for the week, but you'll see there's some question marks. Those question marks, I haven't decided yet. There's various different activities I'm going to be doing throughout the week. I need some feedback from you. The biggest feedback I need is the craft activity and learn a skill activity on Saturday or Sunday. I don't know what time we're going to do those yet, but I think every Saturday and Sunday it's worth us doing something together. So we're going to do something crafty, and that's for any age who wants to join in, and something learning a skill. Whether that's we try and learn the guitar together, whether I try and teach them the piano, maybe it's some languages, maybe you teach me something. Don't mention flossing. I'm not going to try and floss. It's not good for anyone. But anything anyone has any ideas, please do comment here or comment on the Facebook page, and we'll try and get things. Or you can use Twitter. If your parents are on Twitter, they can tweet me any ideas they have. Finally, parents, please do share this out to everyone you know. I want it to be a community that helps people in this difficult time. I'm going to try not to mention the C word too much, the coronavirus. I'm going to try and make it more upbeat and positive and friendly. I'm all equipped. You'll see I've got my belt and I'm ready to go. So if you like the look of any of those activities, please join in for them on those days. But if you've got any ideas of things that you'd like to go through, that would be awesome. So let's get started. Let's talk about 6. Why have I chosen 6? Well, today is the 23rd of March, and 2 times 3 is 6. So we've got obviously a chance for us to look at that number, and I'm going to go into details about it. I've got some activities. Now, 6 is quite important. I don't know if you know this, but 6 days of the week are devoted to daughters. So 6 days of the week are devoted to daughters. Only one day is Sunday. So that means that we need to focus on 6. It's a very important number. Now, some other facts. I looked into 6 so I could give you some information about it. Some of the interesting things. Did you know a guitar has 6 strings? So that's how you're able to, a guitar is able to play all those numbers. Now, sex and hex are both numbers that are Latin for hexa, and sex were Latin for 6. So that's where you get things like a sextuplet, or when you instead of twins, we have two children. You have 6. I mean, I don't know about. I get on with my sister and brother, okay, but I can't imagine having 6 of us all the same age. But because of that, sextatily is some people are born with 6 fingers on each hand instead of 5. So that's what that's called. Insects as well. Insects always have 6 legs. To be an insect, you have to have 6 legs. And finally, the month of August, which is the 8th month of the year, used to be called Sextilis, because it used to be the 6th month of the year, and before January and February were invented and added to the calendar, and Caesar Augustus came and said, I don't like Sextilis, I want to change it to August. So that's why we now call it August. So that's a few things I've found out about 6 that I thought I'd share with you, some interesting things. Now, I'm aware I talk very, very fast, so I'm going to keep trying to slow myself down, and if you are able to help with that, just put a comment or anything if you think I'm going too fast. The other thing you can do is you can always pause the stream if there's a task that we're doing, and if there's something we can do to slow me down, that's a good time to pause it, do the activity, and then carry on. So, we're looking at, the first thing we're going to look at is factors. Factors are numbers that go into a number. So, for example, when you've got the number 6, and I'm just going to get my pen here, and hopefully this will work because I've set it up to work, hopefully. So, in the number 6, you have 1 times 6 makes 6, and 2 times 3 makes 6. That means 6 has 4 factors. 1, 6, 2, and 3. They're the only numbers that go into the number. Okay? Now, that's quite interesting because today is the 23rd of the 3rd, 2020. All those numbers are made up of digits that are in the factors. Now, right at the end, you'll notice it says challenge. I'm going to be issuing a challenge. I want people involved in my live streaming. I want people involved in the lessons. In the first few, I don't know who you are. I don't know how many people are out there. So it's going to be very much me trying to find my way around. But once I've done that, I will want to be able to find out a bit more from you. I want to get some feedback. There's going to be a challenge at the end of the live stream, at the end of this live stream, where I'm going to issue a challenge, and it's going to be around factors. So make sure you pay attention to that. So, the main activity I wanted to go through today is the times tables. Now, I know there's a lot of people out there who hate tables and they can be boring and they're frustrating to learn and we get confused. I want to make it clear to you. My method of teaching is it doesn't matter if you're wrong. Any students who've worked with me will tell you I don't mind mistakes. What I want you to do is have a try. And that's what this game is all about. What you're going to need for this game, and you may need a few moments to get it, so I will give you time to go and get some. You're going to need a bit of paper or card, I'm hoping you can see that, and a ruler, and a pen. And what you're going to do is you're going to divide the page like this. Now, I am just going to change the screen so that I can see what you can see, just to check that you can see it. There, I'm holding it too high. I've started to write 1 times 6, 2 times 6, 3 times 6, 4 times 6, because we're going to make a game. Basically, I'm going to carry on finishing this while you're getting some paper and some pens, and you will notice I've also got a square next to the 6 times 6. I'm going to hold off that, but I will talk about that at some point. Pencils are fine, pens are fine. I will try and slow down a little bit. Okay, so while you're getting your pens and pencils, I'm going to finish off this grid. So I'm going to get my pen, I'm going to write 9 times 6, 10 times 6, 11 times 6, and 12 times 6. So, my grid now looks a little bit like that. Okay? I will go through to the comments. I am looking at them. So if you're getting your pens and paper, I'll give you a few seconds. You can work on whatever you want to. Okay, this is mainly for year 3 to year 6 at the moment. And it looks like that. So what I've done is I've done the grid and I have written all the numbers out for you. Okay? What you'll need to do is something similar. Remember, you can pause the live stream, I believe, and allow you to have buy time and then you join back in. Or, normally, I will give you activities that we can prepare for the next lesson. Okay? Now, what we're going to do is we're going to cut. Let me just switch my thing so you can all see me. There we go. So, we've got the card with all the times tables on it and that little square, which we're going to talk about shortly. What we're going to need to do is we're going to need to cut them all out. So, I'm going to give you a chance to do the same as me. It's not the most riveting video, but we just want to get through and make sure that we've got the game ready to play. Now, if you're in year 3 and just starting the 6 times table, what you can do is, if your mum or dad or whoever looks after you is happy to make these cards for you, you can still play the game, but I recommended starting with just the first 6. We don't want to get you too difficult too soon, but if you're ready for it, that's absolutely fantastic as well. Now, those of you who think, well, I know my 6 times table, what's the point in this game? Well, actually, this is designed to help improve your memory, improve your recall, and actually, there's a bit more to the game than just knowing your tables. So, while I'm cutting these out, hopefully some of you have been able to make your own grid. If not, I will try and keep talking to you to try and make sure that you are with me still. Okay, so I now have lots of these tiles. So I've got 2 times 6, 10 times 6. Now, I'm going to go through very slowly what numbers need to be on the back. Now, that means it doesn't matter what order we do them, but I'm going to try and do them in order just to try and keep everyone with me. If anyone wants to clarify any of the questions I've said, please put something in the chat so that we can obviously ask. I need to remember to look at the camera rather than looking at the screen. So, 1 times 6 I'm going to take first, and on the back I'm going to write a 6. And that's going to go over here. I'm also going to put in the corner a little a. That just tells me that that's the answer side and that's the question side. It makes it easy to find them later. So 1 times 6, 2 times 6 is 12. And a little a for answer. 3 times 6, where are you? 3 times 6 is 18. And I write that down. Now, I don't know if any of you ever noticed this, but I'm just going to tell you something about the 3 to the 6 times table, because it's got a pattern. I just need to change my screen so that you can see what I'm seeing, so I'll change it over like that. Here we go. It wasn't as smooth as it could have been. There we go. So, if I come back to this screen here, and we just get rid of these things about factors, we'll talk more about those shortly. One thing about the 6 times table that some people don't realise is these are the numbers. And if you look at the numbers, you can always check if they're in the 6 times table because they have a little pattern to them. I've missed out 12. Let's put 12 in there. And 30 and 36. They always make 3, 6 or 9 if you add the digits together. So if you add 2 and 4, you get 6. In this way, you always can tell whether a number is in the 6 times table because it must add together to make 3, 6, 9. You can even do this trick with really long numbers. If I add all these digits together, it's 1, add 2, add 5, add 5. That makes 13. But 13, I can then go to again, 1 and 3 make 4. And that's not 3, 6 or 9, so it can't be in the 6 times table. Now, some of you will have already spotted, yeah, but sir, it's a 5 here. We knew it wasn't going to be in the 6 times table because it also has to be even. To be in the 6 times table, it has to be even. Now let's quickly get back to filling in our things. I'm sure some of you have caught up with me now. So let's go back to just finishing off those numbers on the grid. Where are we up to? We've got 4 times 6 makes 24. 5 times 6 is 30. 6 times 6 is 36. And what I'm going to do with that one, if you can see it here, I'm going to draw a square around it. We'll talk more about that shortly. 7 times 6 is 42. So here we go. 8 times 6 is 48. 9 times 6 is 54. We'll do an activity on the 9 times table at some point because I've got all sorts of tricks and interesting things and some magic you can do with the 9 times table. 60 is 10 times 6. And for those of you who are feeling more confident with your 6 times table, 11 sixes are 66. And 12 sixes are 72. So here you are. You should now have, or will nearly be at the stage where you've got some cards. Now it doesn't matter if you haven't got them yet because the whole point of the game, you can play the game after we finish the live stream. You can play it over and over again. And it will gradually get you better. But to do the game, you have to be brave. Now, I saw Victoria was in the live chat and she was saying we did this in class. It does improve your tables, but she'll agree with me, hopefully. You have to say the first number that comes into your head, even if you might be wrong. So what's going to happen is I will show it and you just say the first number that comes into your head. You might be right, you might be wrong. And if what you do is you look at the back, so we're going to go, if you said 6, it goes in the correct pile. If you said something else, it goes in the wrong pile. And it doesn't matter if you've got a wrong pile, because the whole point of the game is we get better every time. We might get some wrong, some right. We say that, and if you got 30, it goes in the right pile. Now I'm going to go through. If you got that, I didn't. I got 41, so I put it in my wrong pile. So we're going to keep going through. And we keep going through. You'll notice these are in a random order. This is because it's best to learn your table. I never did the answer for that one. It's best to do your tables randomly. Because if you can do them randomly, and some of you will already learn them in order, doing them randomly means if you can remember them all, then I just say to you, what's 6 times 7? And you can say 42 without having to go sit and count up, which makes it more powerful. There you go. And when we've done them all, you will find that you've got a pile of ones you got right and a pile of the ones you got wrong. And here's our one with our square. I will tell you what that square is for. And then finally, and we've got that one. What you then do is you take your pile of correct ones and count them up. And you make a little note to yourself of how many you got right. And then you take your pile of wrong ones. Don't worry about them. You just go, right, I'm going to read them out to myself. 10 times 6 is 60. Okay. 11 times 6 is 66. You can look at the answers while you're doing it. 4 times 6, 24. And 7 times 6 is 42. So you've got the 4 that you've gone through. Now we're going to shuffle them up. And you play again. Because you keep playing until you've managed to get them all right once. So that's what it's all about. You're going to keep trying and keep playing. Okay? So I'd like to hear how many tries people had. I like it if people let me know. If they've played the game, please get some photos of you playing the game. If you can get your parents to put photos of people playing the game in the live chat or on comments threads where they show them playing around. I'd love to see those of people playing the game together, learning the 6 times table or improving it. Now, year 5s and 6s who already know your 6 times table and are sitting there going, this has been boring. Well, I understand that. I'm trying to do lessons for a lot of different age groups, which is very difficult. But if you want to give yourself a bit more of a challenge, flip it round. So now you give yourself the number and you have to say what the times table was. 6. 1 times 6. 30. So now you're playing the same game, but you're doing the answers and working out what the questions were. That means you're practicing your dividing. You're practicing, 6 9s. You're having to work backwards. So it's still useful as a game. At the end of it, you've got a pile of these cards that you can use and play whenever you want. So I hope that's been something useful for our first activity together. I hope there's a lot of you making these cards. After the live stream finishes, go away and play the game, practice with each other, play with parents, play with yourself, and hopefully you'll gradually get better. It's okay if you only get 2 right the first time or if you get none right, because the game improves. Your memory gets used to hearing them. Maybe you already know your 2 times table, so the 2s are easiest. Because remember, if you've done 1 times 6, that's the same as 6 times 1. 2 times 6 is the same as 6 times 2. They're the same, even if you have to swap them round. Now, I have a few more things lined up just to talk to you about. We mentioned how we can check the numbers are in the 6 times table. So I'm just going to go back to that. There we go. This is where I was earlier. And it wasn't very neat, but I was talking about how we can check whether the number is in the 6 times table. Well, what I'm going to do now is I'm going to give you 4 numbers. I'm going to ask you, do you think these 4 numbers are in the 6 times table or not? The first one I'm going to make quite easy for you. It's easy because it ends in a 5, but I'm not saying any more than that. So there we go. It automatically changes the size of it. So there's your first question. Next one. What do you think 64 is in the 6 times table? We're going to get slightly harder. So what's your reason? I'm going to say it's not in the 6 times table because 6 add 4 makes 10. And that's not 3, 6 or 9. So it can't be in the 6 times table. What about this one? 105. Now this is where it breaks slightly, because unfortunately, if we add 1 and 0 and 5 together, it makes 6. But we also need it to be even. It can sometimes add up to make 3, 6 or 9, but it's not even as well. Our rule will only work if they are even numbers as well as being adding up to 3, 6 or 9. So what about this one? One, 8, 2. This one is even, but it does it. If you add all the digits together, you get 11, and that's not 3, 6 or 9, so it doesn't work. The last one I'm going to do is going to be 244. Let's start that one again. That one didn't work very well, did it? Right, start that again. I do apologise. The next one we're going to do is going to be 246. Do we think that's in the 6 times table? It's a big number. And the answer is yes, it is. Because if we add 2, add 4, add 6, we get 12. And that is, if we write that there, if you then add those digits together, 1 and 2, you get 3, which is what we were looking at, the 3, 6 and 9. And it is even, so it is in the 3 times table. Okay, so I was also going to talk to you about some special things about 6. To finish off, to wrap up, I'm going to tell you some special things about 6. So let's change over quickly to my... There we go. I'm back. Hey! So here I am. So, some special things about 6. 6 is something called a triangle number. Triangle numbers are numbers that you can make into a triangle by doing one less number every time. Let me show you what I mean. If we clear off the stuff we've been doing so far, we've got the triangle numbers are... Oh, I needed to change to my writing pad. Here we go. 1. That must be a triangle number because I can draw a triangle round it. The next one, if I do 1 there, 1 there, and 1 there, that's 3. So 3 must be a triangle number. The next one, 1, 2, 3, 4, 6. That means 6 is a triangle number. So here's the question. Can you tell me what the next one is? What about the one after that? I'm not going to tell you the answer this time. I'd like you to work out what you think the next triangle number and the triangle number after that are. And I'd love you to feedback either in the chat or on Facebook. I'd love to see you're working out a nice, neat drawing. I know my drawing is not very neat on the computer, but it'll be a chance for you to show me. Have you worked them out? And we'll put on the next one. I'll mention what the other ones are. I've also not yet talked to you about why did we draw a square just here. Let's just flip back for a second. Why have I got a square on the card? And I've also written 36 in a square. That's because if you haven't covered it before, any number where you times a number by itself is called a square number. The 6 isn't the square number. The 36 is a square number. We call that 6 squared. There are other square numbers. 2 squared would be 2 times 2, which is 4. You can even do it with big numbers. 15 squared is 225. 25 squared is 625. So you can do it with all those numbers. So, just a little note, and I'll mention this when we come across square numbers. 36 is a square number. Now, the other type of number is a composite number. That means it's come up by being made from factors. There are 2 types of numbers, composite numbers and prime numbers. Composite numbers are where you times 2 numbers together. We mentioned earlier 2 times 3 is 6. That means it's a composite number. But another number, for example 11, you can't times numbers other than 1 times 11, and we're not allowed to use 1 because 1's a special number. So we're only going to allow to use other numbers bigger than 1, and you can't make 11. We could do 2 times 5.5, but we only want whole numbers, which we call integers. I'll try and add things like this on keywords they add into the screen, but I haven't learnt the live streaming. Maybe James will be able to help me on how you get things to appear on live streams. That would be very useful. Things like keywords would be helpful, wouldn't they? Okay, so what's your challenge? We're getting to the end. I've been talking at you for 30 odd minutes. So I'm just going to make sure I've covered everything. A little reminder, if there's things that you'd like me to go through, I want to make this more interesting. I've talked at you lots today. I want it to be more interactive. The first thing I'm going to try and get you to all do is I'd like you to visit something called Corbett Maths. Now, if we just for a second transition, you can see what's on my screen. So I need to try and quickly. Oh, I don't want to be on there. I want to go to Corbett Maths. So we're going to go to Corbett Maths 5 a day. And if we go here, you can see there are maths here for various different people. What I'd like you to do is on the primary, if you find today, which is this one only goes up to January 1st of January through to the 7th of January, but they're on the different pages. We can go here. If you scroll all the way down to March and go to the 23rd of March, you will find a bronze, silver, gold and platinum. So it depends on what your difficulty is, but you can work on the level that you want. For example, if you're doing quite well at maths, you might want to try the gold questions. It gives you some questions to try and you work them out on the grid. Or you can work them out on your paper. What we can then do is if we try these sheets, all the answers are in the big thing that says answers. If you click on them, these are the answers from all of those days. So you can find answers to those gold sheets that we just looked at. And they're all worked answers for you. What I can do is if I put in the live chat sometimes, we'll start with a 5 a day and we'll try and get people to do today's one and we'll go through some of the answers and I'll explain them because some people will have questions. Now I have to quickly go back to here. So I hope you've enjoyed today. I don't want to talk for too long. It will probably be somewhere between 30 and 45 minutes most days. I wanted to give you a various different activities, something enjoyable. Why? Well, because we're off school. We're off school and we can't come in and see each other all the time at the moment. So I wanted to give us something interesting to do, to talk to each other. The more you interact with me, the more I'll feature. If you post pictures of your work, I'll put some of the best ones up there. But I did mention we are going to also have a challenge. Sometimes I'm going to issue a challenge. Now the challenge today has been hiding. And it's just here. So I'll get rid of this for a second. Oh, I don't know if you can see it yet. I forgot to go to it. Here we go. I was hiding it behind the number. So, if we move that down there, we can see today's challenge. So, I'm going to move that across. There's today's challenge. These are called a perfect number. 6 is a perfect number because earlier we talked about the factors of 6 are 1 times 6 and 2 times 3. But if we ignore the 6 because we've already got the 6 and we add 1, 2 and 3 together, we get 6 when we add them. There aren't many perfect numbers in the world, but 6 is a perfect number because if you write down all its factors and you add them all together, you get the number itself. So here's my challenge. What's the next one? You're going to need to try some. I'm not going to give you clues. You're going to need to try different numbers out. Go away and work out. You're going to need to work out the factors. Remember, factors are the numbers you'd use to times to make a number. So, for example, if we wanted to try one out together, if we try out 10, to make 10 you need 1 times 10, 2 times 5, 3 doesn't go in. So we're going to cross out the 10 because we've already got that. 1 plus 2 plus 5 is 8. Oh, it's not that one. I want to know, what's the next one you can find? What's the next perfect number? Put it in the live chat or in the comment to the video or go on the Facebook group and show me your working because it would be brilliant to see some pictures being added. All the information's on there. I hope you've enjoyed today's thing. I'm learning. This is the first time I've done it. I've been supported. I've had this elephant by my side the whole time, keeping me comfort. I haven't got a name for him yet, so if you can think of a good name for my elephant, he's going to help me with any of the maths I'm doing. So if you can think of a name, please comment. Let me know. I would love to get emails from your parents or any communication to come up with what ideas you've had. I'm going to end the session here. I hope you've had a good time. Please play the game. Go away and practice your 6 times tables. I'd love to hear that people have enjoyed themselves. And I will be here tomorrow if you're stuck for something to do. What some people don't know, although some of you I've seen on the chat will know, I'm actually a board game designer. So, if you're looking for something to do, a good game I recommend is King Domino. King Domino, if you've got it already, brilliant, but it can be found from good board game shops. If you're able to get it ordered and in, it's a fantastic game for people your age. You build up your land and you lay down tiles and then you have to add up all your score at the end and work out little multiplications to work out how many points you get. I think it's a fantastic game. I think it's great fun. It's not a maths game, but there's a little bit of maths content in it. Thank you for tolerating my live stream. I've done my best. I'm going to be back again in about 20 minutes for the year 5 to 9s. I recommend have a break time. Go and enjoy some break time. I'm going to make sure that I mute my mic, but remember to turn it on this time. And hopefully I'll be back with some more stuff in about 22 minutes. Thank you very much, guys. Thank you for being supportive. All your feedback is welcome. I'd love to hear more. In fact, before we go, let's have a quick look at the chat, because I haven't seen it for a long time. Okay. So I've missed a lot of questions for me to go through. Okay. So I will have a look through all of those and I'll try and respond to some of the comments. Thank you for those people who've been part of this. I'm just so happy that people have got some benefits out of this. I can tell you we've got 75 people currently watching this, which I think is amazing. That's double the number I normally have in class. Thank you for joining me and look after yourselves until a little bit later. Let's just work out where we're up to. So thank you and goodbye. That's now twice I've done it with no sound. Oh, so stupid. Right, let's start again. Hello, I'm back. Twice I've done it with no sound. And now... so stupid. Right. Right, where are we? This is embarrassing. I'm not going to make that mistake 3 times. Let's see. I mean, you can be here. Maybe I will make that mistake 3 times. Last thing I have to do is remember to turn the camera over. Right. So, thank you for joining me, those people who are here from the first bit. Thank you for those people who just joined now. A few admin bits. I'm not going to do the register for every lesson. We'll do that first thing in the morning, but I will try and say hello to people. So I can see Brew Boy Calabri's just arrived, and Family Del Campo are here, and I can see Dave Matthewman's here, and all sorts of other people. Hello to you all. I'm going to try and be doing some negative numbers. I'm going to try and make it interesting if I can. Again, this is all new for me. This is my first day. I hope that you'll give me some feedback, positive or negative. I'm okay with that. Just let me know how I can improve things. And I'll try and speak to the chat a little bit. I'll try and make sure that I interact with people. I am going to do my best, but I'm still learning. Everything, all the live streaming things, the countdown, all that sort of stuff, I've learned that this weekend. So give me a week and it'll gradually get better and better. Hello to everyone who's here, and let's do some learning. So before I start, I just wanted you to know. So last night, those people who were here earlier will know that I've got an elephant. There it is. And he's here to join me, to keep me company. Now, hopefully, I'm going to get a name for it at some point. People are joining the Facebook group for Mr. Harris Math School, and joining that group, they can post ideas. Some people have said some very good ideas of names, but last night, I was getting things ready, and I left it on the stairs. And my wife comes through to me, and she said to me, "Are you going to leave this lion here?" I said, "It's not a lion, it's an elephant." I don't know what's wrong with her, but there you go. Now, I'm sure I'll get dislikes for that, but never mind. So, if you're enjoying this, please remember to add a like and subscribe for further things, and let people know that I'm doing these lessons online. But we need to actually have some content, don't we? I will try and make sure. I've obviously made a terrible joke about lions already. I'm sure you're not going to take that lion down. So I'm sure I need to try and avoid making too many jokes, because I think that will people will get very upset about that, and I know it's not funny, and I've got a bit more pride than that. So let's move on with some negative numbers. Why am I starting with negative numbers? Well, the reason I decided to start with negative numbers, if we can move forward to here, the reason I've started with negative numbers is because I know that it's something that traditionally people struggle with. So I know that grid that you have, that some teachers give you, and don't get me wrong, they're doing wonderful things. All your teachers are amazing. I'm not saying that at all. But I used to get really, very confused when it was like times and a plus and a plus and a time, plus and a minus and a times to make a minus, and minus and a minus to make a, and then you learn all the grid, and a minus make a plus and a plus and a minus, and then you get to the timesing and it doesn't work, and the answer isn't always a plus, and then if you're timesing it works, and then taking away it doesn't. So I want to get rid of all of that upset. I want to make it so that people can understand what's going on, and if I can, try and help out a little bit. So we'll see if we can improve some people's understanding, and we'll see if we can improve things, and I will do what I can to make it easier for you. I've got some activities we're going to try, and we're going to try and make sure that everyone's going to hopefully improve. Now, what are negative numbers? Why do they exist? Well, negative numbers exist because numbers can't stop at 0. When we count, we only use positive numbers. But when we need to take things away, the very idea of not being able to take things away means that if you owed someone money, then you'd have to give them more money, because taking away doesn't exist. So if you said, "Oh, I borrowed £2, I'm going to borrow £2 more. It wouldn't work. We have to have a way of taking things away. We have to add things. Okay? So, negative numbers exist. Now, the easiest way I think to explain this is using this number line. Now, this number line, as you can see, I think it's a good way to see all the different things that might be happening at different heights. As you can see, we've got sea lions at about height of 5. I don't know, maybe it's 5 meters above the sea. I don't know why the sea lions are floating. They might float. These could be flying sea lions. I've never seen any, but it might be there. But so if anyone knows about that, then do tell me. Then we've got the birds at about 25 meters maybe above the sea. We've got some other birds that are 40 meters, and then maybe 1,000 meters it could be, or it could be hundreds of meters. And we've got aeroplanes all the way up there. Now, obviously, birds could go in aeroplanes, so they could be higher. But for the moment, we'll stick with that. But we've also got the negative numbers down below. You've got the fish, the seahorses, the whales, and the lobsters all below. And you can see those numbers are getting bigger as you go down, as well as the numbers getting bigger as you go up. So why have I got a big picture of a hot air balloon in the middle of the page? Well, I think this is the best way to understand it. If I resize this slightly, I think if we're adding numbers, we're going to move this upwards. And it's going to go that way. That makes sense. Because we're adding air to our hot air balloon, and our balloon will go up. If I want to make the balloon go down, I have to either let some air out or add some weights. The only way we can do it is to add weights to the balloon, or in the basket, or to add more air. Now, if I add weights, the balloon will go down. If I add air, it will go up. That means if I take away air, so take away numbers, which we already knew about, if I take away, sorry, let me just change that to there. If I take away 2, I'm taking away some of the chance of going up. So it must make the balloon move down because there's less air in it. Similarly, if I add weights, and we're going to call the weights negative numbers, if I add -2, it's also going to make the air balloon go down because it starts there and adding weights makes it go down. Now, obviously, we're now talking about numbers in general. This is not under the sea. The air balloon is not going under the sea. I'm sure it would struggle to float too well, and the seahorses don't like hot air balloons anyway, so they would be really annoyed about it. What this means is we can work out what adding and subtracting negative numbers does by thinking about what the hot air balloon does. Don't worry about the two teams over here, the two completely different teams I've got going on over there. We will come to that shortly. But if I wanted to do a question, for example, like this, what is 4 minus -2? This is, I start at 4, which is somewhere like there, and I take away 2 weights. Remember we said the negative numbers are like weights. If I take away weights from the hot air balloon, what direction is it going to go? Well, it's going to take the hot air balloon, and we've taken away some of the weights. It's going to go up. And it's going to go up by a value of 2. Therefore, it must end up at 6. Now, some of the students I've worked with say, but a minus and a minus make a plus. It's got nothing to do with the plus sign here. This sign here of being +6 is just because that's what happens if we go up 2 spaces on this number line over here. 1, 2. It's gone up to 6. Likewise, we could do another question. What happens if I have 7 plus -2? That is, I start at 7, I add 2 weights. if you add weights, then it's going to go down. Now, I don't want you being confused by the fact that there's brackets here. The brackets are there just to separate, because you can write these questions, exactly the same question can be written as 7 plus minus 2. But I think having the plus and the minus next to each other gets messy, especially if we've got something like 4 minus 2. So any time you see a question like that, you're allowed to pop. So if we had 3 minus 8, we can put a bracket in just to make it easier. It doesn't change the maths, it just makes it easier for us to do. Now what I have done is I have got a sheet of some questions. Now I'm going to be putting all sorts of resources like this on the Facebook group. So if you can get your parents or yourselves to join the Mr. Harris Facebook group, documents like this will be available for you to download before we do things. But for now, feel free to pause the video and have a go at some of these questions. If you pause the video, that means you have time, because I know some people will feel that they haven't got time to do everything. While you're doing that, I'm going to quickly have a look at the chat and see how we're getting on, and if I've made any mistakes, anyone that people want me to go through. Okay, a few more hellos. Hey to James. I'm not going to be commenting on the school username and password in the chat, but I'm sure James can sort it out for you. Okay, hopefully this is useful. Anyone got any questions? Okay, so let's go back in and see where we're up to. So this is like these questions we've been looking at here. I was talking about what happens when we have minus numbers add numbers. Well, let's just do one of each of these, but thinking about them using this method of the hot air balloon. So first of all, I'm going to make it easier. I'm going to go and get it. So I'm going to copy that across, come through, and here he is. I think it's being flown by Jeff. Now, obviously, I haven't made any jokes about lions. I've been very, very good about that. I did say I wasn't going to make any more, and anyway, I've told you my main ones. So I don't want you to be feeling, oh, Sir's just telling jokes all the time. He's not concentrating on the learning. I don't want to leave you feeling a bit raw. So, in this first question, we've got minus 2 add 3. What this means is, on our number line, we're starting at minus 2. Here it is. And that's where our balloon will be. So if we're starting there, and we add 3, all we're going to do is add some air. It's not a weight. Weights are all negative numbers. So we're going to need to go up 3 places. And I think if you move 3 places, you go 1, 2, 3. And I think this ends up at 1. So the answer to this question would be minus 2 add 3 is 1. You can do it also with more complicated questions. For example, this one says 5 plus minus 6. So if we do 5 add minus 6, we need to start at 5. I'm going to need a new number line. Always feel free to draw a number line. 5 and where are we? 4. I reckon I'm writing behind myself right now because I can't see my screen, so I'm going to move it up because I suddenly became a little bit self-aware. And 3, and that one will be 6. So, what about the balloon? We'll bring it over. The balloon is starting at 5. That's what it tells me in the question. And we're adding 6 weights. Remember, you're always allowed to add a bracket to separate the different plus and minus. We are adding 6 weights, which means the balloon is going to go down 6 places. That means from 5, we're going to go 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. But once we've hit 0, we're going to go -1. It's not like on the sea where there's water in the way. On a scale, when it's just numbers, you can go below. So 5 add -6 goes down 6 places to give us the answer of -1. Now, hopefully some of you are going to go away and do these questions. They're good for your practice. So I've just given you 2 of your answers. I will post this as soon as the live stream finishes. I'll post this exercise so it's available for you to download from the Facebook group, or for your parents to download from the Facebook group for anyone who's added themselves, and we'll try and get that sorted. Before I move on, are there any questions? Because obviously one thing I didn't do last time was listen to questions. Now, I fully understand some people will find this a little bit easy, and thank you for those people letting me know. I'm just trying to add from the beginning. There are all sorts of questions for you to do. For some of you, this will be too easy, and it's okay. Join in with the foundation stream next, and if you want to give it a go, the higher tier questions later. But this is a chance. This is mainly for years 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 to have a look at things. So it might be that you're already comfortable with your negative numbers. I fully understand that. It's just a chance for us to go through some different things and talk about them in a different way. But if you are thinking this is all too easy, that's not a problem. I've got a challenge for everyone. So let me advance forward to the challenge so you can be thinking about that. There it is. That challenge, write it down. Feel free to. All I want you to do is work out what you think that adds up to. Write it all down, and I would like you to maybe not put it in the comments. Not for the moment anyway. Comment it later, or keep it to yourself and see whether you were right. Okay? I would love to see if you think, oh, this is all too easy. I've deliberately put something there to tax you and to make you have to think twice. I do understand it's very difficult for me to do a live stream that caters for all abilities in the ages between year fives, who are 9, and then the year 9s could be 14. It's very difficult to cater for everyone. Thank you for those people who are patiently working their way through things, or maybe learning something new. But I'm just trying to make sure that everyone's got this. Now, sometimes the hot air balloon method works for people, but if it doesn't, there's one more thing I've got up my sleeve. And that is thinking about them as teams. When we're doing adding and subtracting, I want you to think of each side of the number. You could think of them as teams. So, for example, we think who has the most. In this question, if we think of this team here as the plus team, and this team as the minus team, I don't know what the best name for those. I can't think of a plus football team or sports team, but we'll call them the Maidenhead Pluses, because that's where I'm from, and we'll call them the Slough Minuses, because that's where I play some of my football. Okay, so the pluses and the minuses. In this example here, the pluses score 7, and the minuses score 2. That tells us that the plus team would win by 5. So the answer is 5. So you can how using the balloon method we would get the answer 5. Using the sports team method we would get 5. Now it's more difficult if we're doing it with the minuses, but it can still be done. All we do here is the plus team have scored 3, and then the minus team would have lost 8 goals. That's like 8 own goals. So we're going to write down 8 own goals. So, if they've got 8 own goals, I think that means that team would win 11-0. So that answer must be 11. So the only thing you have to be careful of is if you're losing goals for the minus team, that's like them scoring own goals. So these 3 methods are all designed to help you to understand negative numbers in a different way. Now if I go forwards to the questions we were working through, okay, you can see, hopefully, there's a section down here which a lot of people get confused on, where they have to use this symbol. So I'm just going to remove this for a second and check whether there's any questions in the chat. Okay. So, we have also got here the these two symbols. Now, sometimes when people talk to me, they say, "Oh, sir, the ones with the line, the ones going one way eat. They're like crocodiles, and they eat numbers." Now, when I was out in Africa, I went into the crocodile reserve, and I spoke to them there. And I was travelling the world, and I went to the keepers, and they had a talk. And there were lots of children there, and there were a few adults, but not many. And I was travelling, and the keeper said to us all, he said, "Does anyone know what crocodiles eat?" And I stuck my hand up because I was like, I know this. I listened at school. I know this. And he asked me, and he asked one of the girls, and she said, "So do you know what they eat?" My South African accent is terrible. He said, "Do you know what they eat?" And he said to this girl Jemima, and she said, I don't know what they eat. I don't know. And then he said, what about you, Lawrence? Do you know what they eat? He said, I don't know what they eat. I don't know. And I was sitting there, I was shaking my hand. I was like, I know. And he said, so what do they eat? And he sort of was a bit confused because I'm supposed to be a mature adult. And he said, "So what do they eat?" And I said, "Well, they eat numbers, don't they? They eat the bigger number." And he gave me the weirdest look, because crocodiles don't eat numbers. They eat small animals and voles and other things they find in the rivers. So although it's useful, I prefer to think of it when we're learning these numbers as we read. We read from left to right in most languages, and certainly in English that I'm teaching this in. So therefore, when you're reading this symbol, if I come to the big bit first, this must be bigger than, because I got to the big bit first. If I get to the small bit first, that's a small end, that must be smaller than. Now, if it's got a line, it can be equal to. So those lines mean or equal. That means it can be the same as. So when you're doing these questions about matching less than or equal to and greater than or equal to, please feel free to add in those symbols. And when you're reading them, you just have to say what numbers could be X. Write down the numbers which could be X. Think about integers that would work. So I have the time was in the way slightly there. I hadn't realised. Okay, so I have hopefully covered all sorts of different things about negative numbers. Let's put that challenge back on. I have another challenge for you though this week. Today. I would like some people to produce some artwork, some things I can show tomorrow. So what I would really like is a poster about negative numbers, or a poster of crocodiles eating some numbers, or something that explains some of the negative number stuff I've done today. Maybe some hot air balloons, just showing the differences between different numbers. I'd love to see your number lines. Can you draw a number line like the C one, but with different things? Maybe it's a number, a temperature scale of different things that happen. You can find at different temperatures. For example, ice can be found at 0. So different things that you can find at different temperatures. I'd love to see your artwork. All it needs to do is share it to my email address. Let's just bring that up, because I'm just going to touch briefly on what my plan is for the week. So let's go back to this slide. You can see here is where it has my Facebook or my email if you want to share things with me, and some plans. So tomorrow we're going to play maths bingo. What I would like you to do is make a bingo card. To make that bingo card, all you need to do is make a card that is 4 squares by 4 squares, and you fill it with any 2-digit numbers between 20 and 50. Any 2-digit numbers between 20 and 50. all the things we're going to do tomorrow will produce answers between 20 and 50. So, if you want to get involved with the bingo, turn up with your bingo card ready made. I'll be looking at the live chat to see who's going to win. I might even be able to sort out some prizes and things. How we do that from this distance, I don't know, but we'll sort something else. I can certainly give people a shout out on the stream. I can certainly talk to people about things. So get on with that. The other thing I mentioned earlier, see if you're new now and you haven't been here the whole live stream, there's some question marks in here. I would love those question marks to be filled up. What would you like to be covering? What skills would you like to do? Some people have complained it's a bit easy today, and I understand that entirely. I have to start easy because I have to work out. If I pitched it too hard, people will be switched off because they're too confused. I have to start early. I'm trying to make it interesting. I'm trying to introduce yourself to me. I'm still learning to live stream. I need to make sure that I know what I'm doing. And as you've seen, twice now I've forgotten to turn my microphone on. So, what I need you to do is either get your parents to go to the Facebook page, or if you're old enough, go to the Facebook page if you're 13 plus, and put questions. What would you like to cover? Tweet me. What would you like to cover? Okay, you can be tweeted at School of Harris. So if you want to tweet me, and I can then know what things people want to do. I'd like you to complete the challenge. I'd like you to build a math bingo grid, and you can see all the addresses for those things. So that takes us. Sorry, and where are we? Here we are. We've got. They're already waving goodbye. Those people. I am trying to make the lessons anywhere between half an hour and 45 minutes. It's difficult to talk to in an empty room for that length of time. I hope that you appreciate. I'm not trying to bore you all completely. I'm going to try and give you activities to do. I want you to engage with me. The more engagement I get, the better. So if you're engaging with me, I know exactly whether you're understanding it or not. Look, it's very difficult. It's very difficult, and I will try and make sure that it's as interesting as possible. I will try and add, once I learn how to do widgets, we'll have things flying into the screen. Once I learn how to have different things going on, I'll try and do things that make it interesting. Thank you so much for tolerating the things I've done. I will try and respond to the chat. I'm really appreciative that people are doing different things. Put things in the live chat. I will wade through everything, and I'll make notes on all the things people are. So I can see Winnie Look has asked us to do some algebra stuff. Be specific. What algebra stuff would you like me to go through? I'll certainly be talking about squares and square roots and fractions for Delaney, and trying to make sure that maybe I can do some interesting probability, because I can see Veris would like us to do some interesting probability, but Bruboy Calabu was absolutely hating that idea, so I've got to make it interesting. Maybe a probability game or something more interesting. I will certainly have some polls created to see what people fancy, and we will remember there's still people wanting to know wanting to suggest names for the elephant. So I've seen some really good ones like so far. Some people have had different ideas, so please mention things, and I will be going now, and I'll join you again in half an hour. I hope that it's been interesting. If it has, then like it, share it, tell people what I'm doing. I'm just trying to do things to be helpful, and hopefully, I can't guarantee it obviously, but hopefully that you're finding it interesting, and you'll let me know if you're not. Because if you don't let me know, I can't improve what I'm doing. Okay? I understand some of you will be hating the lion jokes and the things like that. That's okay. I know a boy in my class really doesn't like jokes about lions. That's Leo. He really doesn't think they're funny. But then he says he's heard them all before. Fair enough. Thank you very much. And I will see you later. I'm gonna manage to do this without muting. At some point today, I'm gonna manage to do a live stream where I don't start muted. Right, that's 3 in a row. So I'm doing well. Right, it needs to be ding ding ding. Get unmuted. Right. Good afternoon. Afternoon now. It's 12 o'clock. So thank you for those people who joined me now. Thank you to those people who've been with me the whole morning. I'm hoping that you're enjoying it still. Hopefully people will give me feedback. People will let me know. I'm doing my best. I'm learning live streaming as we go. As we can tell with the microphone issues, I have to remember to mute it. So to unmute it. So please do give me feedback in the comments. Do give me feedback on there. Do drop likes if you are enjoying it. Share it around Facebook if you're an adult, or if you're a teenager who's now joined us, because we're now doing some secondary maths. If you're a primary school age and you want to stay with us, feel free to join us. Some of it might be complicated. Some of it you'll be like, oh, this is still easy. I can still do this. So that's absolutely fine. So, circles. I'm going to try and teach circles using some history, because not a lot of people know this, but way back in medieval times, long before I was a teacher, I used to be a knight. And when I was a knight, I had several friends. My best friend was called Ray, and he was a dwarf. He was only about this. Came up to about came up to my waist. Came up about halfway up me, and Ray. His surname was Dius. I remember it was Dius, and we used to be like best friends, properly best friends. And I wasn't Mr. Harris then. I used to be Mr. Rents. And I was well known as a knight, and I used to hang around with Ray, and he had a friend called Diana as well who used to hang around with us. She was a really tall, really like hard working. Like, she was far braver than us too. So just trying to make sure that we basically fought off any bad people. I mean, one thing that was slightly irritating is my horse had one leg shorter than the other on both left-hand sides. So it was 2 legs shorter than the other 2, because it had 4 legs, obviously. Not to be confused with 4 legs, which is the name of the front of the horse's legs. It had 4 legs, and the 2 left ones were too short. Now, it's interesting that someone's asking about King Arthur, because I did used to know King Arthur. I wasn't like besties with him, but like sometimes we'd go and sit around the round table, and my horse would do laps around it, because he had legs shorter than the other. Whenever we galloped, he'd sort of go round in circles a bit. But so sometimes I'd spend time in Camelot. Now, when I was there, it's difficult to describe all the stories we got up to. I mean, I knew Robin Hood really well. He was a good friend of mine. But I mean, one of the main things I can remember is we used to have this clearing we used to sit in a forest, and it was like a circular clearing, so that my horse could do laps. It didn't start as a circle, but obviously by the horse it's run into several trees and knocked them over, and they've all fallen over. It created this sort of circular thing, and we used to sit around in this circle, and it was really interesting, and it was a good time. I'd have a Ray Diaz. Remember, he was only half as big as me. He would sit there, and then Diana, we called her Di. It was Diameter, her name was, and she was twice as big as Ray. But we'd sit round around the campfire, and we'd tell each other stories. And I remember one day, so we were sitting around the campfire, and this guy walks past. And I can only describe it. He'd clearly been on a sunbed. He was covered in fake tan, okay, and he was covered in all sorts of fake tan, and he walked past, and he walked. I don't know if you can see me here, but he walked past and went, "Oh!" and he just sort of touched me on the shoulder and carried on. He never actually came into the circle, but he touched me on the shoulder and came in. I promise you, those people who are saying about, is there going to be some maths soon? There is maths, all right? Trust me, okay? I will get to it, okay? Now, he touched me on the shoulder. This tanned gentleman. He touched me on the shoulder and he carried on. And we were talking about how weird it was, and suddenly there was this like, dong. What's that? And an arrow shot right across. It wasn't Robin Hood's arrows. I mean, we were good friends, but an arrow shot right through the circle. And there was like, dong, another chord, and then it shot through another side of the arrow, and another arrow shot through another part of the circle. I'm like, what is going on? I guess the best way to describe it to you. Give me a second. I'm going to draw you a diagram because it was odd. Basically, what happened was, let me find get a diagram up for you. Here we go. Right, I just need to make it so you can see this screen. And here we go. Right. So, here we were, sat in this circle. And we were sat round the edge. And I was sitting right on the end. So, I'm going to make myself a little circle here. Because this is like the top of my head. Now, I know what some of you are thinking. It's probably got a bald patch. It has. But I was sat in just inside the edge of this clearing with the campfire in the middle. And this man, he walked straight past, touched me on the shoulder and then carried on walking. This really tanned gentleman, he did that. And that was odd enough. And then we heard this bang, and an arrow shot right across the circle. And there was like another chord, chang, and this other arrow shoots right across the circle. And we were like, this is weird. This is so weird. Because obviously there with me was Di, now remember, diameter was quite tall. I don't know if you can see how long that line is, but radius, he was only half as tall. He was only half as big. Diameter, now, there is a point to me saying all this rubbish to you. I'm not just being weird, although I probably sound it. These are the names of the bits of the circle we have to learn off by heart. And it just so happens it's based on a true story of back when I used to be a knight. This line here is called the tangent, which is why it was interesting that a tanned gentleman had touched me on the shoulder and carried on. The tangent touches the circle and carries on. And do you remember that whenever we heard a chord, a line would shoot directly across the circle? And both these lines here, I'm going to just leave one of them. These are called chords. And these are, as another word we need to know, they don't ever go through the middle. It would have got trapped in the fire. So when you hear a chord, this line shoots across the middle. Now, I will remind you the names of my friends over here. We have diameter. She's basically as the same size. When she used to lie, she was a long person, and when she used to lie down, she used to extend all the way across the circle. I mean, we obviously didn't light the fire. She'd go through the middle like that. Radius, being only half the size, would only go to the middle. And all of this silliness is to remind us that the diameter goes all the way across the circle, and the radius only goes halfway across the circle, because it's Radius, he was the dwarf. Now, Radius used to get very confused, and he'd turn to Diameter and he'd say, Diameter, and she'd say, oh, what is it? And he'd say, Diameter, what's the name of the bit round the edge? What's the name of the bit round the edge? And bless her, she used to say to him, oh, I don't know. Let me ask him. Mr. Rents, what's the name of the bit round there? I was like, that's Sir, actually, as I sat there on my sofa. And I sat there and say, I had a sofa in this woodland clearing. I'd say, I think it's Sir Rents. You should be calling me. She'd go, sorry, Sir Rents. What's the name of the bit of the circle? And And I said to her, and I remember them thinking, "This is hilarious. You'll have to arc someone." And they looked at me. "Oh, but I'm asking you." And I was like, "No. You'll have to arc someone." And Radius was, "She just did. She just did ask you. You haven't." And I said, "No, you'll have to arc someone." And they both got really cross, and so they went and spoke to someone else, because the edge bit of a circle, and I believe I can do that round here somehow if I get this and flip it around. The edge bit of a circle, if we only have a bit of it, is called the arc. The arc is not all the way around the circle, but just a bit of it. So we've got the chords, radius, diameter, tangent, and arc. There are two other bits we want to know about as well. The bit inside here is called a segment if it's inside a chord. It can be a big segment, so it can be all of this bit here up to the chord, or it can be a tiny segment, this little bit in here. And interestingly, that used to be where Radius used to keep all his grapefruit segments, because he didn't want us to steal them, so he used to keep them on the floor in that little section there. Excuse me. And this section here, between the radius and another radius, we're using the diameter here, but we could have two radiuses here. This bit here, a bit like a chunk of cheese or a bit of pizza, that's a sector. You have a sector of pizza. When you order pizza, you can ask for slices, but I think it's best to ask for sectors because it's going to help you with your maths. So you have sectors of pizza, you have segments which go up to the chords, and they're weird shapes because they're like a circle with a bit chopped off. And then you've got arcs, are a bit of the edge of the circle, and chords and radius and diameter. Then you have a tangent who walks past and touches me on the shoulder and carries on. Now, you may have wondered about my name, Mr. Rents. Well, as I said, I used to sit on my sofa. So I was mainly called Circumference. It was spelt like this. And circumference just so happens to be the distance around the outside of the circle. So, as Eminem used to sing back in those days, because Eminem was around there, he used to sing that the circumference of a circle is round the outside, round the outside, round the outside. The circumference of a circle is round the outside, round the outside, round the outside. Now, hopefully that won't get stuck in your head, because there's something else to get stuck in your head today. And that is my favourite song. I'm sure my year 10s or 11s will be like, "Oh, he's not going to," but I have to, because we have this something times diameter. The point of us learning all these words, they come up in the math syllabus, but the point of us learning all these words is your questions in your exams might say, what's the name of this, what's the name of this, what's the name of... And we need a way of remembering them, which is why I tell you the story about when I used to be a knight. But we also have two things we have to work out. We have to work out the length of the circumference, the distance round the outside of this circle. And to do so, we need this number, pi. Because the song, as the song goes, circumference is pi times diameter, pi times diameter, pi times diameter, circumference is pi times diameter, area is pi r squared. So we should probably write that one down as well. So the area is pi r squared. Now, if you're not going to sing it with me, and I can't hear any of you singing it with me, parents as well should be singing along. Circumference is pi times diameter, pi times diameter, pi times diameter, circumference is pi times diameter, area is pi r squared. Now we need this in people's heads. I think the best way to do it is sing this non-stop for the next 6 months. I think if you do that, you'll always remember how to work out the area and the circumference. Now, area. If we were to clear out all this stuff, and I'm going to draw a new circle because it's easier to do so. So the circumference is the distance all the way around the outside, but the area is the space in the middle. So we need to be able to find the area and the circumference. Now, to do so, I'm just going to switch back to me for a second. To do so, I didn't even realise I had the timer in everyone's way. I do apologise for that. So, in order to do so, we've got this number pi. Pi is not invented. It was discovered in olden times. There were people who would argue and argue. Originally, they thought it was 22 divided by 7, but it wasn't accurate enough. If you do that in your calculator, and I've got a calculator here. Hopefully, now we're in the foundation and the higher maths. There's people with their calculators with them. If we do 22 divided by 7, it's 3.14285, which is quite accurate actually. But we only need pi as 3.14. However, it goes on forever. A bit like I do. It goes on and on forever. 3.1415926535897. 50288 419 7169 3993 258. It carries on and on and on forever. I'm not going to carry on anymore. And it was a number that was discovered. It was the link between how far it is across a circle and how far it is to go all the way around the outside of that circle, as long as it's going in the middle, and that's the diameter. Okay, it's the link, and it was calculated and discovered, and it's a number that goes on forever, and it just keeps going and going and going, never repeating, never stopping. Bit like me and my jokes. Now, we need to learn this, which is why I taught you that silly song. Circumference is pi times diameter, pi times diameter. You take this number, 3.14, and times it by the distance across the circle. And that will tell you what the circumference is. Now, you can do that just with the base circle. So you can do that to find the distance of the circle. And I'm aware you possibly can't see what I'm doing here. I forgot to transition back. There we go. So you can see pi is 3.14. We can say that if we take the 3.14 and we multiply it by the distance across the circle, which is, I'm going to move around, which is just in the middle next to called the diameter. If we multiply those together, we get the distance around the outside, which is quite useful. In fact, we can even do bits of a circle. For example, I could just work out a half circle, which I don't know if I've got access to. Yes, I do. So here's a half circle. Now, a half circle has two things. It has a bit of the circumference, which is the circular bit we called an arc. We'll have to arc someone. Or then it's also got the perimeter, which is the bit around the outside. In order to find that distance around the outside of this shape, I'm going to do two things. First of all, I'm going to find the circumference. I'm going to pretend it's a normal circle. I'm going to go all the way around the outside, and I'm going to work out that distance. Then I'm going to halve it. We're going to divide by 2. So then, once we've done that, we have just that outside distance, but we haven't got the line yet. So we can get that by adding the diameter. The diameter gets added to the distance around the outside, and you end up with the perimeter of this half circle, semicircle, and we can use that. Now, someone is asking in the chat about the squared. When we're doing the squared, you must always square it first. You must always take your radius, or half of the number, and then you need to, after you've done that, you need to then square it, then times by pi. Let me show you what I mean. So, I'm just going to add a new page, and we're going to get a circle. If you're wanting to do these questions yourself, pause the video, draw out the circle, have a go at it, and then see what you get. First one I'm going to do has this distance here, and we're going to give it a number which I can write down just 6 centimeters. That is awful writing, but let's correct it and make it neater. Thank you for being so patient with me. This is not a good time for everything to freeze. Okay, so little bit of carnage. Now it's working. Let me start again. 6. And with my pen, centimetres. So, I've got two things I can find. We've got the circumference, which is circumference is pi times diameter. It's like a J and a backwards J with a hat connecting them. And the diameter here is going to be 6 times 2. Because to go all the way across, we need to have 12. So it would be, you can write the answer just like that. That's allowed. But you sometimes get asked to write it down. So we have to do 12 times 3.14. 12 times 3.14 equals 37.68. That's all the numbers in the calculator. Sometimes I might get asked to round it to 1 decimal place. So I can then write equals 30. And if I'm doing 1 decimal place, I'm going to put a line there. Equals 37.7, because the 8 will round it up to a 7 centimetres. This is the distance all the way around that circle. And it would be useful, for example, if I was doing important measuring of things, building a this could be a top-down view of a column where I'm building a path around the outside. It might not be in centimetres, obviously, it might be in metres, but I need to know the distance around the outside. It can be also used by people who are doing making cans of vegetables, for example. The label that goes around the outside is actually going around the outside of a circle. If we imagine looking down at a can, you can imagine the label going around the outside has to be long enough so we can work out the circumference to help us. We can also work out the area. Area is pi r squared. We've got radius this time, and as I mentioned, we have to do the 6 squared first. So it's 6 times 6 is 36. This all links to this morning's Key Stage 2 lesson, and that gives us the answer 36 pi. Or if it's asked us to round, and this time I'm going to do something that's slightly different, it might ask us to round, because the answer here could be 113.09733355, which is carrying on forever. It might say 113 to 3 significant figures. What we've done to get significant figures is, this was to decimal places, 1 decimal place. To get significant figures, we've gone we've gone from the front of the number. 1, 2, 3, draw a line, the 0 keeps it as it is, so it's 113, but it's centimetres squared, because the area is the space inside. It is not a length. It is the space inside this circle. Now this is useful. Let's say we were painting a circular design and we needed to know how much paint we needed, or we needed to know the space inside a thing to make sure we've covered enough space. So the space inside the shape is using pi times radius squared. So what have we covered today? We have covered the circumference. We have covered the area. We have also done a learning on all the different names of the parts of a shape. I would love, and I challenge you, to produce me a poster that's nicer than this, because this is just black and white, it's miserable, and maybe some of the themes we talked about, how can we remember it's an arc, maybe put some sentences in helping us remember it's a tangent, it's a diameter, it's a radius, it's a chord. At the start of one of the lessons later in the week, I'm actually going to have a starter activity where we're going to have them and you have to name them. So learning these 5 things is very useful. Can anyone remember? You might want to pause so you can challenge yourself. What names did I not write down? There are 2 things in this diagram I have not drawn. One is called the sector. What was the other? I'll position the sector. The sector was in between those 2 bits there. It's like a slice of pizza. The other one is called the segment. The segment is the bit inside that bit there. I'm going to change colour in a minute so I can colour it in for you. But it's the bit inside there. If I get my pen, and it's this bit here is the segment, sorry. Oops. Then in green, that's the sector. Like a slice of pizza. So that's my challenge for you today. Go away and get yourself a diagram. It could be a computerized diagram. It could be 3D. It could be... I want to see what you come up with. All these different elements of the circle. I want to see what people come up with. Share it in the Facebook group. Share it to Twitter. Now, I've set it up so on our main page, you can see all that information so you know what to use. We've got the Twitter page. You've got the Facebook group you could join, or parents can join on your behalf. You've got my email if you want to send me any pictures. So what have we done? We talked about the history of circles. Okay, it's a bit tongue-in-cheek, but it's interesting information. We talked about this number pi and how we never really use all of it. We use 3.14. We've also talked about area and circumference, and I briefly mentioned, for those people who are getting a bit more advanced and wanted a bit more complicated stuff, we briefly mentioned, well, what do we do if it's a half a circle? So let's do one question on that. Okay, if I insert a page here, and I draw a half circle, and I'm going to give myself a few measurements. So let's click that there, and we're going to call this 7 centimeters, and we want to know what is the perimeter. Now, perimeter means round the outside, but if we're going round the outside, we're going to need this line as well as this arc. Remember, an arc is a bit of a circle. If you forget, arc someone. Round the outside of this circle, we're going to imagine it carries on. If it was to carry on, it would be circumference is pi times diameter, which I want you to sing all day long. 3.14 times 7 equals, I think it's going to be about 1.9, something like that. Let's see. 3.14 times 7, 21.98. You may, if you use the pi button on your calculator, get a slightly different answer to that. There's a button on your calculator that's like that. Sometimes you have to press shift to get to it. Or I can write that down, but I'm going to write that down in centimetres. But it doesn't say what's the circumference. It wants the perimeter of that black shape. So the first thing I'm going to do is divide by 2, because if I want to find the length of just the outside arc, it's going to be that number divided by 2. That gives me 10.99 for the edge bit. And I still have to add this 7 on, because if I imagine here is a little student who's got to walk around the edge. They walk around that 10.99, they still have to walk that 7. So we're going to have 10.99. I'm going to be behind my face again, so I'll write that up here. Plus 7 equals 17.99. Would be the distance around the outside, the perimeter of that shape. Now, I hope that's been interesting, and some stuff about circles, some interesting stuff. I'm going to switch back to myself for a second. So I hope you've enjoyed it. I'm not aware of how I'm coming across. I need your feedback. This is my first day doing this. Obviously, I'm now moving to do this to slightly older students. I'm doing it some stuff you might already know. You might be like, oh, I know all this stuff. Then it's revision. And also, you need to tell me in the chat what it is you want me to cover. Okay? I'm going to read through all the chat. I'm going to read through everything that you say, and I will try and help with anyone who's got questions. Anyone who has got any questions to me, you can ask me in a number of different places. So please do. I will try and respond to people who ask me genuine questions. I'll try and help with anyone who's stuck. If you recommend the things I'm saying, like what I'm saying, and share it with people so that people can get the benefit of these lessons at home themselves. I am hoping that you've learned something today. Now I'll just leave you with a little bit of a sad thing that happened this weekend. As you know, it was Mother's Day. So before Mother's Day, before all the shutdowns and lockdowns happened, I said to my mum, I said, what would you like for Mother's Day? I'll get you a present. She said to me, I'd like a bookmark, which made me sad because my name's Paul. Never mind. Thank you so much for joining this. Remember the challenge, okay? The challenge I've set for you today is, if we can go back to the thing, the challenge I'm setting you today is the most creative poster of all the circle names and a picture with all the stuff we've learned today about circles. I want to have all the words of the circles. Make it something that I can put on my page. I can share on. People can use to help them learn. Make it something that's useful and informative. Maybe we could use it and show some of the younger students so they can learn from it. Guys, I really appreciate all the stuff you've done. I really do. Thank you for joining me. I hope that you've learned some maths or revised some maths. Let me know in the comments. Let me know in the chat. And I will speak to people who are still here for the higher. We're going to do some higher tier questions. I've got them all lined up. You can find them all on the... If you want to prepare for it, you can find them all on the Facebook group. If you go onto the Facebook group now, and there's a section there for higher tier questions, you can have a go at the questions before we do it. If you're in my year 10 class, you've already tried these questions. So this is the questions that we did during our PPE. That will also be useful. Thank you so much for joining me, and peace out. Well, hello. I'm back. I've had break time, had a coffee, so I've run around, and it hasn't gone at all slowly, waiting for the next thing. Thank you to those people who stuck with me. Thank you to those people who are just arriving. I'm going to try and make this as interesting as possible. Obviously, we're moving into some higher tier topics now, so you might notice my maturity level maybe increases a bit. You might not. You might think, oh, he's still mad and he's still immature, but I'll do my best. So, what it's going to be about today, I'm going to first of all do a little bit of an introduction. If you've just joined the channel or are just joining now, I'm doing some live stream lessons. I'm trying to give you an opportunity to still not miss out on your maths, because obviously we're all off school. I understand how annoying that might be when people are trying to make you do maths, but eventually maybe you'll tune in and you'll want to cover a few topics. Today we're going to go over some random topics, but I want to interact with people. I want you to tell me what you want to learn. I want you guys to put in the chat. I want you to respond in comments. Let me know what you want me to be going through in some of these live streams, some of these lessons. They're going to be about half an hour. I know I allowed 45 minutes, but they're going to be about half an hour, giving you some things to do. Going on from that, I'm going to give you challenges to go away and finish. So earlier on, some of the people were doing posters about negative numbers, and I had some challenges to go and work on. So I'm going to do that as well for you. Those people who are able to either themselves or the parents join the Facebook chat, Facebook group for Mr. Harris Maths. There'll be a link for it in a second. Mr. Harris School of Maths. That will allow you to download resources, download information, see what the timetable is, so see what we're going to do. So what I'd like you to all do is just bear with me, give me feedback. Everything I know about live streaming, I'm doing now. Like, I have learnt it from Thursday, Friday last week. I've only just remembered to unmute things and to make sure that I can be heard. So I'm still getting to grips with it all. So please do bear that in mind with me and help me out. So, first of all, the Corbett maths. I know we've used those people who've worked with me before, but I'm just going to quickly go to this, so you can see all of me. Lots of me. Here we go. So in the 5-a-day maths, I'd like you to be going to the higher almost daily. You don't have to be daily, but obviously, if you the more you do, the better it is. If you go to the GCSE 9 to 1, and then you find the higher tier ones, they're the ones for you. So 23rd of March is after February. That's how it now works. Higher, if you're pretty good, higher plus. Either of those two are going to be pushing you. They're going to be giving you some things. And what I'd like you to do, attempt them before a live stream. And I'll try on some days to go through them. So I'll put on the timetable that, like, these are days we're going to go through Corbett math stuff. So you have a go at them. It's okay to get things wrong. It's absolutely fine to have a go and get things wrong. What I'm looking for is people to go, oh, sir, I was stuck on this. This is what the live chat's for. This is what the comments are for. This is why you've got my Twitter. So I'm now on Twitter. I'm at, so let me go back to switch to what we're doing. Okay, I never actually showed you that, did I? So that's why people won't know what on earth I'm talking about. Here we go. Forgive me. Right, let's start that bit again. I never transitioned. Here we go. So if I go to there, this is the Corbett math bit I was talking about. 5 to 1. You click on 5-a-day GCSE 9 to 1 and go down to March. And the 23rd of March, you're looking to be doing the higher or higher plus resources. There's one per day. Do them, and then I will go through some in the live thing. You can do them afterwards. You can pause now. Any day where I'm going through one, you can pause it, do the questions, and then there's answers there if you don't like listening to me going through the answers, but I will try and explain and make it make sense for you. So please bear that in mind. I'm going to be trying to do my best to make it interesting for you. I know that might be a bit dry, but I'm basically here on my own. I made a massive mistake at the weekend. So my wife asked for some chapstick for her lips. They were getting a bit dry. I gave her some glue stick instead of chapstick, and she still isn't talking to me. So anyway, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go through some high tier questions. These are all available on the Facebook group to download if you want to. Pause now, and then come back once you've done them, or just try and do them live or pause live. They're all going to be appearing on the screen. So, without further ado, let's see where we're up to. So, I reckon I want to be here. 2 seconds. There we go. Right. So this is where we are for today. We've just done an introduction. I'm going to go through some questions. Like I say, it's going to be about half an hour. I'm going to challenge you at the end. I'm going to point you in the direction of a Killer Sudoku website. I'm loving Killer Sudoku at the moment because I'm so bored, and me and my wife do them. We do the same one, and she always beats me because she's so much better than me better at them than me. But yeah, I challenge you to try and go do one quicker than I can. So get online and try and do a Killer Sudoku and work out how it's done. We can talk briefly at the end of the session about how you do them. So some questions. Let's get cracking. First questions that we're going to go through. Circle the fraction that is equivalent to 3.875. Now this is calculator allowed questions. Therefore, if you're allowed a calculator, all you need to do is divide. I've got my calculator here. If you need yours, pause, go and get your calculator, then join us. It's okay. I will also try, while I'm going through this, to keep the live stream, so anyone who's got questions can ask me things and could speak to each other. If you have any questions for me, that's absolutely fine. So, these are the questions we're looking at. We want to know which one's equivalent to 3.875. What I'm going to do is going to do 15 divided by 4, because all a fraction is a division. 15 divided by 4 is 3.75, so it's not that one. 29 divided by 8 is 3.625, it's not that one. 31 divided by 8 is 3.875. We've found the one we want, so all we're then going to do is circle it. Straightforward, use the calculator for division. Circle the point that does not lie on the curve y equals x cubed. Everything that happens on that curve, there'll be an x number. We put it in and do x cubed to it. Now, if you remember, all coordinates have an x value. Let me switch over to my pen. And they have a y value. So if I put this number into my calculator, I want to do cubed. I'm going to do minus a half, all in brackets. I can do a bracket, minus 1/2, and then I cube it, and it tells me the answer is minus 1/8. Well, that's what we wanted. There's no further work to be done. I just circle that question because I know that it's correct, unless I wasn't reading the question. Because the question says which one does not lie on the line, that one works. So we need to make sure you're always reading the question. I wanted to demonstrate, if I put 5 in, 5 cubed, put that into my calculator, I get 125. And I want that, so it is on the line. We do the next one. 1/3 cubed is 1/27, not 1/9. So let me just make a note of why I'm doing this. 1/3 cubed, 1/3 cubed is going to be 1 cubed over 3 cubed, which gives me 1/27. Because cubed is 3 times 3 times 3. That's where I got 1/27 from. Now, what that means is I can then circle that one because it's not on the line. If it was on the line, it would be 1/3 going to 1/27. So those two would be the first two things. Next, we want to solve. Anytime I solve, whatever your foundation, higher, what doesn't matter what level you're doing this at, solving this equation is the same. We keep equals at every line as we come down the page. So the first thing I'm going to do is get rid of these brackets by expanding, giving me 12x minus 8. And that equals 2x minus 5. All I've done is expand the brackets. That would get me one of those 3 marks. Now I'm going to subtract 2x. I did it because it's the smaller amount of x and I want to get rid of it. So 12x take 2x is 10x. Let me just erase that because I want to move it over. 10x minus 8. but that's now gone, so I just have minus 5 left. This time I've got the 10x remaining and I want to get rid of that minus 8, so I'm going to add 8 to both sides, giving me 10x equals 8 added on to minus 5 is plus 3. The negative number lesson I did earlier would tell you that if we're doing minus 5 plus 8, two ways of doing it. Either the minus team score 5, the plus team score 8, so they win by 3. Or, if it's a balloon, you start at minus 5 and go up 8 spaces. So you draw a number line, start at minus 5 and go up 8 spaces. And that both of those end up at 3. So, let's tidy this up so it's a bit neater. So, we've got a slightly frozen smart software, so we just need to give me 2 seconds. This is gonna, there we go, it's caught up. The joys of live streaming, it doesn't like it. And we'll move that back to where it was. Thank you for bearing with me. So, 10x equals 3, so therefore x we're going to divide by 10, x equals 0.3. Okay, so that's where we get the 3 marks for. We'd have to work our way through solving that equation to get 0.3. It will accept 3/10 as an answer. Multiply out and simplify it. The first thing I want you to do when you see that this is a square is we've got squared means times by itself. So I'm going to write this out as x minus 8, x minus 8. And there's various different methods to use. You can do x times x is x squared. Minus 8 times x is minus 8x. Minus 8 times x is minus 8x. And minus 8 times minus 8 is plus 64. So we've got x squared minus 16x, because we've got 8x take away 8 more x, add 64 for 2 marks. 1 mark if you've just got the top line. So before I move on, to make sure that I'm not going at the speed of light, I'm just going to quickly have a look at the thing. I've got a couple of people suggesting they got minus 3 over 10 rather than 3 over 10. Okay, just making sure that you know what you're doing. It may well be easy for you, it might be hard. Okay, I'm just trying to help with anything that people are doing. I understand there's a real range of abilities in here. Try and make sure that you are able to work through them. Okay, thank you to all those people who've turned up today. It really is appreciated. I hope you're getting something out of it. And I'm going to be trying to give you interactive stuff, material more as we go on through the week. I do want people to also put a mention out for topics they want me to go through, skills that they really want to improve, so that would be really helpful. Okay, going on to the next one. So nearly everyone that I did this with got it wrong, and that's because of one simple thing. If we draw a straight line through these two here, and we draw a straight line through these two here, it should be quite clear where the centre of enlargement is. You got a point for enlargement, and most people got this when they were doing it with me. But as well as enlargement, the way you know you need 3 things is because there's 3 marks. So there's a tick for enlargement, a tick for centre of 5, 1, but then the third mark is the one that nearly everyone got wrong. It says maps A to B. That means we need to go from big to small. Therefore, the scale factor is not 3, it is 1/3. It becomes divided by 3, which is timesing by 1/3. that's where your third mark is. If you have any questions, do pause the video, do add them into the comments, and I'll try and get back to them shortly. I'm looking out for anyone who's stuck on things. But also, please do post me emails. You've got the information I shared at the start, and I will share at the end, to emails, to Twitter, to the Facebook group, and I'll happily help with anything more in there. All of these questions are available in the Facebook group at the moment to be downloaded. Okay. Now, this question here has two things. Estimate for the mean. This is confusing because estimate often means we round numbers or we guess numbers, and in this sense it doesn't. This should really be estimate the mean, being the whole sentence you look at. Rather than estimate and mean, I kind of want you to all look at this as being estimate the mean. And my pen will catch up in a second. But because it's live streaming, my computer is struggling to cope. So an estimate for the mean. Okay, we then got that. That means we're going to look at the column and we're going to add our own information. So here we need midpoint. It is this reason that we are calling it an estimate. We do not know where in that 0 to 5 range those 20 numbers are. They could all be 1s. They could all be 4s. We know that there's 120 students, but we don't know exactly the number, which is why we call it an estimate. So what we're going to do is use the midpoint of 2.5, 7.5. Anytime you're asked to find a midpoint, add the two bits either end together. That's 10 and 15 is 25. Divide by 2 is 12.5. And we have 17.5. So we multiply across. Two lots of 2.5 is 5. So this one must be 50. You can use a calculator for these, and I would expect you to. 24 15s is the same as 12 30s, is the same as 360. 15 25s is the same as 750. And 22 17.5s, I'm even going to do that on my calculator myself because I want to make sure I get it right. And it's 385. What we're then going to do is just total those up together, and I know what I'm expecting. So 50 plus 360 plus 750 plus 385 is 1545. I'm just going to check I've got the 30 times 12.5 right. 375. I went too high. And that just shows the fallibility. If you aren't one of my students who I've taught before, then this is something I think is very important to learn. It's okay to make mistakes. I make them on purpose, obviously, all the time. So it's important we learn that making mistakes is fine as long as we are on the lookout for them. So I should have used a calculator, then I wouldn't have made that silly mistake. So I'm going to do that again. 50 plus 360 plus 375 plus 385 is 1170, which was the number I was expecting. And that gets me one of my ticks. But I still need to do the mean. So the mean is going to be 1170 divided by how many numbers? Now I saw some people think that there are 4 numbers. There are not. There are 120 students here, which is the total of the frequency. We always do that divided by that. And that's how we find the mean. I'm going to just return to the live chat for a second. I know this is a bit dry, but I'm just trying to make sure if you're learning something and hoping it's okay. I'm sorry if it is a bit laggy or if there's any problems with it. It could well be that there's a few people on here, so it's less good. It could be my computer's getting fed up of live streaming all day. But do let me know if there's any problems or any questions. I've seen the crowd, as I said, about trigonometry. I am planning to do some trigonometry later in the week, so I'll try and make sure that happens. If there's anything I can go through, that would be really helpful. It's going to last until about 2 o'clock, so we're going to hopefully get a few more done, somewhere between 30 and 45 minutes. I'm not going to keep you once we've gone through these questions, but I'm just trying to make sure that you've all got the opportunity to cover them all. So we've got these two here, and then these two, and these two, and this one, and possibly that one if we get time. So, we're up to here. I'm sorry if I'm a bit dry with this. This is higher tier stuff. Sometimes it's a bit dry. I'm trying to identify things that people are like, I want to do more work on that. Thank you for someone mentioning about trigonometry. I can make sure I can go through some of that later in the week. So, a voucher takes 15% off the bill after using the voucher. So once it tells us that it's because it's after the voucher, we need to make sure, therefore, that we know that something times, so we know it's the voucher, so it's 0.85, because 100% minus 15% equals 85%. So that's why I've got 0.85. But it's times the amount, and after the voucher, the answer is 27.2. Therefore, if we're going to be able to work backwards, we need to use inverse operations. We need to divide by 0.85 to work out what this number here is. And so, if we do 27.2, divide by 0.85, we've got 32. Therefore, it must have been £32 before we started. Okay, that's where that comes from. So, compound interest. Compound interest is something I'm going to explore a little bit with the foundation stream later this week, because I also wanted to talk about compound change and exponential growth, because a lot of people don't seem to understand the coronavirus and how it's spreading, and how just the fact that one person spreads to 3 and 3 people then spread to 9, and within 10 that's 57,000 people that can be infected, which is why it's so important that we're doing this social isolating, because we have to keep ourselves so that we're not impacting other people. In the same way, money can self-accumulate. This is 1.5 interest per year. So what I do is I do 100% plus 1.5% gives me 101.5%. That works out at 1.015 as a decimal. We then want to times that by 6,000, and we've got to do it a certain number of times until it makes 7,000, because with 1,000 interest, we need to times it, and we just have to try different numbers. So, for example, if I do 6,000 times 1.015 to the power of 8, I get, I'm just trying a number out here, I get 6758, and I don't need to write all the rest out. I'll just put a ... to show that it carries on. I haven't done any rounding. I'm looking for 7,000, so I'm now going to go press the up button on the calculator and get back until I can change it. So I'm going to change it to 11. 11 is already there, so I know that 11 is enough to take it over the amount. So 6,000 times 1.015 to the power of 11 is going to be 7,067. So we know it has to be around there somewhere, and we're just using like a trial and error approach. So therefore, if I edit it again and go down to 10, what I'm hoping is it will be below, and it is. So therefore, 6,000 times 1.015 to the power 10 goes back below, which tells me, because the question says he wants the least time in whole years this will take. Well, after 11 years, it has happened. 10 years, it hasn't. So the answer must be 11. I'll quickly visit the chat, just see if there's any questions or anything that people are asking. I'm sorry I can't keep coming back to it. So, any questions? Edwin, the easiest way to check on the answer to question 6 is rewind the video. It's a video thing, so you can pause that. Okay. So, hopefully that's useful. Okay. Okay. And we are just going back into here. I do apologise for the delay. I don't know what that was all about. Okay, we're factorising. To factorise, this is a clue word. I love clue words because they tell you there's going to be like 2 stages to it. That's the second clue. It's a 2-mark question. So as soon as I see you factorise fully, I know I could just do the numbers here. I look at 9 and 6 and go, 3 comes out of those. So I could just go 3 out of there. But if I was to do that, they wouldn't have put fully, they'd have just put factorise. So the fact that they've put fully is a clue that there's more that can come out. So actually we could have taken 3y out and then put y squared minus 2 because we can take one of the y's out of each of them. To check this, expand it back. 3y times y squared is 3y cubed. 3y times minus 2 is minus 6y. We have what we want. I just rub that out so you can see that was what the original question said. So we are happy. We've got the right answer. It doesn't need to be written in the answer line. You would be fine with that. Okay? Now factorising this, there are long-winded ways to do it. First thing I would do, when I learnt at maths at school, I would just have gone bracket, 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 bracket. It's a 7, so it's 7 and 1, and it's 3x, so it must be 3x times x somehow. And I have to work out how to get minus 22. The fact that it's minus tells me it must be minus and minus. And I want 3 lots of 7 is 21, and 1 lot of 1 is 22. I could just work it out like that. But that isn't the cleanest way to do it. There's a second method that will make sure you get it right every single time. And that is, you take the 3 and times it by the 7 to get 21. Because it's minus 22, we know we're going to need minus numbers to make 21. So we've got minus 1 times minus 21, minus 3 times minus 7. There's only 2 of them, and the only ones that make minus 22 are these ones, so I put a square around them. That then tells you to rewrite the question as 3x squared minus 22x plus 7. Break that down into the minus x and minus 21x we just found, and that's plus 7, and that's 3x squared with a dot dot dot. So we're now able to factorise just this bit here. X, 3x minus 1, and minus 7, and it must be the same bracket. So the reason it's minus 7 is because we need a plus. But having minus times a minus does get us that plus. It has to be the same bracket, because then the bracket, the one in brackets, is the first bracket, and the bits on the outside, let me change colour, the x and the plus 7 tell us that it must be x minus 7. Oh, I do apologise. X minus 7. There. So that's your double bracket. It can be the other way around, but it's basically that. Okay. Quickly switching back to the live stream to check if there's any problems or questions. You can't see the right hand side of the screen. I do apologise. Right. Let me move that over. So, I didn't even think to check that. So that is what I've been writing. Should have checked that you could see that. I can see there is some room over there. Okay, so let's move that up there a little bit. Okay, and that's okay. So basically, we're splitting it down. It needs practicing. What I recommend you do, rewind the video, have a go at it, fast forward the video, check you're accurate. We can give you some more. You can do some more questions on that and see how you get on. We're going through this very, very quickly. So we got a Venn diagram. I don't think Venn diagrams are too bad as long as we understand some principles. The little line here means not. So anytime you've got a dash, it means not. If it was A, it would be the whole circle. So we can cross out A, because it's definitely not the whole circle. If it was not B, it would include all this bit out here. That's not B either, so it can't be that. This one says it's in A and it isn't in B. It's in A and isn't in B. This must be the one we're looking for. Just to check it, it's in A or it's not in B. That would be all the stuff in A as well as all this outside bit, which is not why it can't be that one. So that would be the first one. This one says the bracket is done first, so A or B, not. So it's not in A or B. So it must be this one. But let's verify using the others. A and B, which is this bit, not would be all the bits outside what I just shaded in. So it would include bits of the circle, which we don't want. Not A and B. That would be all the bits that aren't in A and are in B. So that would be this stuff here. Not in A and is in B. So we don't want that one. And this final one, not in A or not in B. That's a complicated one, but what it's basically saying is all the stuff that's not in A, so it could have any of this bit, or the stuff that's not in B. So in fact, the only bit it would allow is this bit here. So we don't want that one either, which tells us we've got that one. Okay. Hopefully we find we're really doing really well. This is a boring first one. I will make them more interesting live streams. I will make them more fun and more interesting learning, but I need to know what sort of topics people want. I'm going to give you puzzles and challenges and things. I'm using the fact that you've only been off for a week so far. Some of you have only been off 2 or 3 days. You're not that bored that I need to entertain and make it super exciting. I understand this is higher tier learning. Some of it for some people. If I get more viewers, more subscribers and things, if people recommend this channel to people, if people let other people know that and it does start taking off, I'll try and make it a bit more interactive. I'll try and make it a bit more. I'm trying to learn to live stream. I'm doing my best. Honestly, I'm sat in a room and have been all day talking to myself. So nothing changes there, I guess. So we're looking at this one. Have a quick look at the live stream. Right, hopefully that's been quite useful so far. Right, a stone is thrown upwards with a speed of v meters per second. That's quite confusing. But the thing to focus on here is h is directly proportional to v squared. So when I teach this, I say h is directly proportional to v squared. Not v, but v squared. As soon as I've got this backward fish symbol, I can swap it with h equals k times v squared. K is a new letter we've brought in, which we will also put back in the bin as soon as we know what it is. The H and the V will stick around, K has arrived, will be found, and then will disappear. To find it, we need to put in these numbers. V is 10 when H is 5. So, H is 5, we've swapped it for that, equals K times 10 squared. Therefore, K, we need to divide to get that onto the other side. So is going to equal 5 over 100, also known as 0.05. Either of those are fine, and that gets us a mark. We can now write out a formula by putting that K. That K, we've got it in. We now need to get rid of it again. H equals 0.05 times V squared. That's the formula for our second mark. V is 24, so H equals 0.05 times 24 squared, and we always square first. 24 squared is 576. 576, so we've got 0.05 times 576 is 28.8. Okay, hopefully that's been useful. Okay, we'll look at the next question, and it's the last one that was on this piece of work, and then we'll wrap it up. We have got here a semicircle. It's got a radius, and we need to know about is more than 20% of the semicircle white. In order to do this, I'm going to do 2 different calculations. I'm going to do the total one, and I'm going to do the sector. So that's 150. So for this one, area is pi r squared. Area is pi times r squared. But because it's a half circle, it's going to be divided by 2. And for this one, area is pi r squared, but we only want 150 degrees, so it's going to be times 150 over 360. These are both stuff to put in the calculator. The radiuses are 12 and 25. So we've got pi times, remember to do the squared first. Excuse me. Divide by 2 is 981. And any time I want to not round, I just leave the number in the calculator. And I'm going to then do pi times 12 squared times 150 over 360 is 188. But the question says, is more than 20% of the circle right? That means if it is, then this divided by this must be bigger than 0.2. So let's do it. That divided by 981.74, I make 0. So answer 2 divided by answer 1 is 0.192 and some other numbers. That is 19.2%. The question is more than 20%? That's 19.2%. So we have to write the sentence. I'm probably behind myself now, so let's put it up here. So, no, it is not. Okay, they are all the questions from that paper. But I want to make it more interesting. So I want to add in challenges. I want to get people involved. I want people to be learning something from the stuff we're doing. Okay, if you've got any questions, please ask me. If you want to do other things, please remember that some of the year 3s, year 4s will be in this chat. Please don't just spam things. Please be considerate of the other people that are around. If you need to go back, you just rewind the thing. Please, can I ask people to be respectful to other people? We're all in this situation. And we're all in a weird situation where we are trying to do the best we can. Thank you so much for those people who've come here. If you want to watch any of the earlier sections, please do tell me. I can see Peyton's asked me to do some stuff on ratio and proportion. I'll try and make sure I do that. I'll try and look at all the things that people mention. I will make it harder tomorrow. Obviously, this is going through things, but I need people to know what's going on. If you don't want to be here, that's absolutely fine. You're choosing to be here, but please be respectful that other people are trying to enjoy their learning. They're trying to get some math thing because they don't want to miss out. This is for people from year 9 to 11. There might even be some year 8s and 7s trying to do some of this stuff. I'm going to do some stuff on the cosine rule. I'm going to do some stuff on trigonometry, Pythagoras, but I'm also going to do some interesting stuff. If I can just try and slip into my current plans. So this is where I'm currently looking. The higher stuff, I was going to do some stuff. This will be a bit different. It'll be talking about the virus. It'll be talking about how the virus is spread. It'll be talking about the graphs behind it, the numbers behind it, the maths behind it. I'm going to probably start making them between 20 and 30 minutes because 45 minutes is an awful long time to chat to you and for you to have to listen. I'm going to try and do game activities. I'm going to try and do things that are interesting to engage you. I don't want to bore you with me talking at you for the whole time, and I want to make it interactive. One of the most frustrating bits of this is that it's not interactive if I'm not interacting with the comments and things. So I'm going to try and teach myself how I can have the comments up and be interacting with you while we're doing things. I'm going to try and make it more interactive. I really am appreciative of the fact that I'm not doing this for me. I'm just doing it for you. But equally, you don't have to be here giving up your time when you're at home, and those people going through things. I hope you've got something out of it. Thank you so much for watching. If it has been useful, drop it a like. If it has been useful, do tell people on Facebook about it. Go and join the Facebook group. Go on Twitter to @MrHarrisMaths. I think it's all on here. If I just show you, it's all, there's a previous page. It's further on. It's because it's your page. If I go back to your page, We are there. So it'll be that page. So I was going to talk about Killer Sudoku Battle. If we go online and you type in Killer Sudoku onto a web page, and here's one I prepared earlier. And no, you can't see this at the moment, but I typed in Killer Sudoku online, and I found a web page called Daily Killer Sudoku, which was the third hit down on Google. That allows you to do them online. You might want to watch a video on YouTube on how to do Killer Sudokus, but I'm doing puzzle 19849. 19849. I challenge you to try and do it quicker than me. So I'm going to write that down for everyone. It's puzzle 19849. Tomorrow I will post my speed, my time, and I want people to be coming in and posting their times. Let me know. Email me. Let me know how you got on. As you can see, my email is at schoolofmrharris@gmail.com. Look, I wish you the very best of days. It's not nice to be stuck at home like this. I hope everyone is getting a lot out of it. I've done my best to try and make it interesting. If you are in the year 11 and want to stick around for me to do the A-level stuff, that's going to be some stuff on mechanics. If not, and this is your last thing today, then thank you very much for joining me, and I will speak to people soon. guess who's back? Back again. Yeah, okay, that's enough of that. I've been live streaming now all day, so thank you very much for those people who've been with me for various different times. I hope it's been useful to people. If you've just joined in for the first time, then hopefully there's sound this time, and let's hope that everyone can hear what's going on. I think I'm getting a hang of it. I've realised that I could have been using the Google stuff in the other screen, and this will getting better as the week goes on, and I'll get it more interactive. If you've just joined me, can I please ask you to get involved in the chat, get involved in the subscribe, but involved in comments, chat. Ask for things. I will happily do lessons on things. I'll try and make it interesting. I'm going to try and give you interesting puzzles and things throughout the holidays. Well, I say holiday. This imposed holiday we've had throughout this time off school. I'll try and give you interesting things to do, but I can only do so if you let me know what you want to go through. This is a section for A-level students. If you're not an A-level student and it comes across too hard, that's because it's supposed to. It's A-level. If you're here doing A-level, please put a note in the live chat so I know like what questions we've got, that sort of thing, so I can see if there's anything people want to go through and all that sort of things. Yeah. So mechanics is what I'm going to be mainly talking about this time. You're absolutely fine being here as a Year 11, Ben, but what I'm going to be trying to do is I'm going to go through mechanics. It's stuff that if you're going to do a Maths A-level, you will need to learn. So why not learn some of it now, and it gets easier. I'm going to be doing this for about half an hour. So the one thing I will say that I've got a friend of mine who has a degree in the forces. He got an MA. And if you don't understand that joke, then you're in the right place now, because you're about to learn about forces, and you know that force equals MA. And it's hilarious, Mr. Harris joke. Oh, funny. No, I do apologise. It's been a long day, and I'm just trying to make it as interesting for you as possible. I've got to remember to not look there. I've got to look up here, because that's where you all are. As weird as that is, you're all in the little lens of my camera. So I might have to put a little sticky label saying, look up here. Right, so what do I need you to do? If we're going to get this so it's useful for people, so it's going to be interesting for people, I'm not here for profit, I'm here for trying to provide a service for people. So we want to tell people about it. Please get online, tell people that I'm doing math lessons, tell people that they're coming up each day. I'm going to be sharing with you what things we're going to be doing. So if you give me a second, I will show you exactly what the plan is. So if I switch over now, and you can see that we're going to be talking about equilibrium forces today. We're going to talk about various different things, some diagrams. I'm going to try and make it interactive, try and make it interesting to you. But if I then hold this out this is number 20, so I need to come back. This is where we are for the week. At the moment, you see we've got a question mark on Friday. I haven't decided what we're doing about Friday. I'd like to have a purple activity, which is something very different. It's not necessarily A-level, but it's interactive with the A-level stuff. I'm going to do some stuff on third revision and third bingo there. I'll tell you more about that, and you can download bingo cards from places or make your own. We're going to do solving trig equations. We're going to do some differentiation. But today it's about equilibrium of forces. You can also see the Facebook and my email. They are the places to go, and I'm also on Twitter. Now we're talking about sixth formers. That's the place to go to talk to message me, ask me questions, post stuff. And the Facebook thing will be where you can download questions. I'm trying to make it interactive. I will add a website, but it takes time, and I've been doing all this up since Friday when I decided to try and do it. So once I've got a website, you'll be able to obviously download things from there. But until such time, please bear with me as I grow the different resources and things that we're doing. This will be something I'll get better at live streaming. I will improve as we go along. Please give me feedback. It can be negative. It can tell me things. I've learned stuff today just from people saying things to me. That's absolutely brilliant. Okay, so let's have a look. What am I going to talk about? Well, the first thing I'm going to do is put you back to me. And I'm going to try and talk to you a little bit about forces. So I'm going to try and step back and make it a bit more interactive. So, forces. The easiest thing to do is I'm going to start off with this ball. Now this can be considered to be a point in space. If nothing happens to it, it cannot move. So if there are no forces on this, then if I let go, it won't move. But we all know if I let go, it's going to drop. The reason for that is because there must be a force. On Earth, gravity always acts on the force, goes straight down with a force of 9.81. That force is always present. And that is going to guide everything we're going to talk about today. If something is balanced, it doesn't move. So the fact is, if I have my hand there, that means there must be an equal and opposite force going upwards. It's the only way it can be balanced, because otherwise my hand would be moving, or even worse, the ball would be going through my hand. And I don't know about you, but I find my hands quite useful, and having a ball-shaped hole in them or a ball embedded in my hand, it's not that useful. So this hand, it must be exerting a force upwards. But I don't feel like I'm doing that. It's just happening. And the table, if I was to put it on the table, or this clipboard, for example, if I put it on there, okay, it's rolling slightly, but in general, it's not going through the clipboard to the floor. That means the clipboard must have a force going upwards that's counteracting it. What that means is there are two forces. There is no movement at all, left and right. There is nothing making this ball go that way, and there's nothing making the ball go that way. Therefore, the only two forces must be up and down. And the fact that I'm keeping it there means it must be being forced upwards. That is the fundamental principle of the equilibrium and resultant force. If I apply lots of forces to this ball, then the overall effect of the ball, if I apply a force coming this way, that way, let's say myself and three friends, let's pretend I've got friends, let's say myself and my friend, the elephant, we're all trying to play cricket at the same time, we're all hitting this ball at the same time, then if I hit it there at the same time as there, where the ball ends up going is the resultant force. And it can be calculated. It's the same as if you've ever watched football and two players kick the ball at the same time and the ball goes that way. That could happen because one's coming this way, one's coming that way, and the resultant direction of the force is outwards. It's a combination of the forces of both the players kicking at the same time. So that's the fundamental principle of what we're going to be talking about today. And I'm going to try and go onto the smartboard to show you a bit more. So forgive me if I just adjust this back down again, and hopefully I haven't ruined this forever. You now have to look at my face. Unlucky, and we'll correct that as we go along. So we are going to transition over to there, and we're going to go over to here. So you'll see my diagram here. I've got two forces, both pointing at each other. That is what we've just been talking about. That block stays where it is only if the two forces cancel each other out. So this can only stay where it is if those two forces are exactly the same as each other. Now, where am I going to go with this? Well, here we have a situation where it's a bit different. Let me colour in this thing. We've got an object. Now, I know we were talking about a ball a second ago, and I had the ball. Let's imagine that dot is just a particle. It's just a small point in time. And we use a dot to count for that. Well, we know it's going to have gravity. Whatever the mass of this thing, the downward force is always going to be mg. So I'm going to add that to the diagram. There is mg. It doesn't work if I hold down that. Excellent. There's mg. Now let's say I'm going to arbitrarily choose a 9 Newton force and a 3 Newton force. Here's me and the elephant attacking this particle from different directions. It could be things colliding with the particle in space. It could be tiny level. It could be a massive level. I know the outcome of this is going to be that this thing is going to go that way, and it's also going to go that way. So effectively, it's going to have a resultant movement in that direction somewhere. Now, I've not done any maths for that. I'm just looking at the situation. There are currently, if we look up and down first, there are no up forces. That force goes down, that force goes down. If I look horizontally, there are no left forces. That force goes right, and that force goes right, and that force goes right. So even though that's going down and to the right, it's not going left, which is the fundamental principle of what's going on here. So this particle or point or ball will move in this direction. That's a terrible arrow, so I'm going to hide it and draw a better one. So what we're saying is the overall direction of movement is going to be this. But I said this is going to be about equilibrium of forces. So how can we counteract that? Well, I think we're going to need a big force to be applied here. It could be any imaginable type of force, but there's a type of force going to be applied. So there we have, I've got a force going in the other direction. Now, I also mentioned about the surfaces here. This is a diagram showing exactly what I'm talking about here. As I mentioned earlier, every force, this little brick is 6 kilograms, so this would be 6G. The only thing stopping this table, stopping this brick going through the table, is the table itself. And this gives rise to the fact that it must have a 6G resistant force. It's the only thing it can happen, because otherwise it would go into the table. If a force overall doesn't cancel out, that brick moves into the table. That means that any situation where we've got a surface, whether it's a plank of wood, a table, the resistance force is equal to the total downward force. If I put another force on this, so here's me, so I'm going to be blue, I'm going to come along and I'm going to put another force on this from this direction. The only way that this can, I'm still not going to force it into the table. All it's going to do is going to add to this resistance force. So it's going to be add F, but not the full F. Because this force is at an angle, there's going to be something else happening. This is not going straight down. So let's tidy it up a little and make it go straight down, just for the time being, so we can see exactly what we're talking about. I've put a force down there. It's just going straight down. There must be extra force coming up. The resistance is increased. That table still doesn't stop me. At some point, the table is being pushed down. The legs themselves must be having resistant forces as well, because at some point, if I put so much force through it, the table legs would break and the whole thing would come crashing down. I don't think I could put enough force to push it through the actual table, but that could also happen. If you put enough force, that something's got to give. If the resistant force is not, it can't provide that resistance force, it will collapse. Hopefully, so everyone's with me so far. I'm just going to check the live chat to see if anyone's got any questions. Okay, I don't even know if I've got any sixth formers with me, so I'm still going to finish this off. I'm going to carry on. Hopefully Ben's understanding. Okay, now, next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to move on to a more complicated situation. So in this situation, I've got forces going in all sorts of directions. I've got a 5 Newton force going here at an angle of 35 degrees. And we have a 7 Newton force going that way, and we have a 6 Newton force that going that way. Sorry, we have let's make that a surprise force. We don't know. All we know is that this is an equilibrium. So once we know it's an equilibrium, we know it's not going to move. Equilibrium means it's not moving. This is going to have a 3G downward thing, which means we know that that's a 3 kilogram weight. That's where the 3G comes from. Kilogram, the mass times gravity. G, we're always going to use as 9.81, unless the question specifies otherwise. The reason I've done this is because I want to draw attention to when we resolve the forces. In order to find that force, I'm going to give it a name, F. I am going to do the following. If I resolve this situation going up, I hope you all agree that if this is an equilibrium, then we know whatever we've got equals 0. It's not going up or down. But we know that we've got a 3G force going down. but we've got these two forces going up. This is the up direction, and these angles, I needed to give you an angle here as well, so let me just add that angle to the question so that we've got all the information we need. What we can say is that this angle going up and this angle going up are affected by an amount of their full force, not the full F. We can't just say F is going up, but an amount of that F is going up. In fact, we can say, if I switch back to red, we can say that F sine 15 and 5 sine 35. But I'm guessing there'll be people wanting to know, why has he used sine? For that, we have to rewind a bit. If we remember our right angled triangles from our trig, and we bring up a right angled triangle and we do that, we should remember, hopefully, that we've got, wherever the angle is, hypotenuse, adjacent, and opposite. And sine of the angle is equal to opposite over hypotenuse. Therefore, hypotenuse equals, sorry, having a moment, 2 seconds, I do apologise. Therefore, opposite is equal to sine x times hypotenuse. We can move that to that side by timesing, and we write that as h sine x. That's what we're doing here. We create a situation where we want the opposite angle, because I want to know the upwards element of this force, and I want to that. And if we imagine completing using this dotted line, that's not particularly helpful, so we'll undo that. We will just use a normal line. If we imagine using a green line here, that there, and that there, that we know that that's 15 degrees because of alternate angles, and we also know that's a right angled triangle. We know therefore that that's A, that's O, and we have the force is this line here that we called F. So the H is the F, and we only want the component that goes this direction. We want the opposite. We don't want to know what H is. We want to know what the opposite, the resolved force going upwards is. In order to do that, we're going to use sine. And in fact, you always use sine if the angle you know is going in the direction of horizontal, the vertical one will be sine. I need to explain that in a better way. If you know the angle between where you want to measure the force, so we're going to do in a minute, we're going to do measuring horizontally. Horizontal forces, if you know the angle, will use cos. And vertical forces, if you know the angle horizontally, will use sine. So this one will use sine as well, because we know the angle to the horizontal, but we want to go vertically. So therefore, this should be going this way, over here somewhere. F cos 15. But this time we've got a minus because it's going against us. Plus 5 cos 35 plus 7 equals 0. Now the interesting thing from this point of view is that the 7 is not involved in the red one because it doesn't go up or down at all. It's parallel, it's perpendicular to it. it offers no change in how much up and down this goes. Therefore, we now need to be able to solve this, and we can do so by rearranging. And it will have a horizontal component and a vertical component, and we'll be able to work out what the F force is to work out what must be going on. And to do that, you do normal standard rearranging. You've got 5 sine 35, you've got 3g, and you add them all together, work them all out, and work out what F is. You can do that with either of these equations, but that's how you're going to work that out. Hopefully that's made a little bit of sense. Okay, let me go back to the live chat and see if there's any questions. So, if the force had been applied to at an angle, sorry, I don't know who you are, WF 2001, but if the force had been at an angle, this is going to be an easier way of doing it. If the force comes at the brick at an angle, it's still fine with the stuff I've just explained, the sine and the cos elements. It's still fine, but it would also push the brick off the table to the left as well. So it wouldn't just have a force coming down onto the table with a resistant force. There would have to be something keeping it in. Now we've talked about, my year 13s have talked about friction. We know that means there would be a friction on the table as well. But I didn't want to introduce that when I was talking about just the resistant force and why it exists, because that's why I've kept it, I'm changed it to a straight down force so we could just think about the resistance. Soon as you have an angle and we involve that, we've got a horizontal element, and so we would need friction forces to come in as well. Nick, this is a general discussion of all the different forces and the things going on. Okay, it's just hello Michael. It's just a case of trying to cover as many of the different skills as we can. Trying to help you with any questions you've got about equilibrium forces. So, going back to where I was on the smartboard. 2 seconds. Right. What this all means is, and this is where my year 13s had got up to just before we left. If we've got a scenario where there are 3 forces, and they're all acting in different directions on an item, for this to be in equilibrium, all of these forces have to work at the same time. But the difference is now that all these 3 come together, because if I was to click and drag these forces, and this is why I meant to use, I'll replace them with these, because it allows me to move them around, and hopefully we can see that if I grab one and move it to here, it's the same force. The thing about a vector force is it applies in that direction to that amount. It can be moved over there, it's the same force. If I then move this to here, then I just need to make that longer, and those forces add up to each other. So that 4n can be moved over to here, and that 6n can be moved over to there. And this looks like a right angle. We don't know it's a right angle, but I would give you an angle, or you'd be given an angle to work with. So let's just, for the sake of argument, just to make this a nice question, let's pretend that that was at 90 degrees. Okay, which would happen actually if this is at 90 degrees, because this now makes a normal Pythagoras question. 4 squared plus 6 squared equals f squared. F equals the square root of 16 plus 36 is 52, is approximately 7.2. I haven't used my calculator yet. Let's just check. Root 52, 7.21. Now, that means we know that F is 7.2 newtons without having to do much complicated algebra. other thing we might have to do is, if we knew the degrees, we can actually work out other angles. If I knew, for example, just to start a whole new page on this, if I knew that I had this force and this force, as soon as I know one force angle between them, so I'm going to say in this one, I've got these angles are 135 degrees apart. That means if I turn this into a triangle of forces, like I just did, so something like that, and that. That 135 is obviously not the case anymore. That was the angle between that and there. That was 135. As soon as it's inside, like this, instead of being 135, it's the whatever it makes it up to 180. So therefore, we've got 45 degrees because that was 135. And again, I'm assuming I'd have 4 and 6 and F. We now have a situation where we can use the cosine rule and work it out. It's a complicated cosine rule, but it is a cosine rule question, because the cosine rule suggests that f squared plus 4 squared minus 2f times 4 cos 45 equals 6. We would therefore have f squared plus 16 minus 8 over root 2 equals 6. So 6 root 2. Let's get rid of the 16 first. Minus 10 equals f squared minus 8 over root 2. And multiplying them out, we're going to have a number here that doesn't look like it's going to actually work, but you can see where I've got these forces from. It just so happens this is not going to work nicely. Okay. But we then have to, it's because I've got rid of the f. That's why it's not working. And then you could use the formula to solve that. So f squared minus 8 over root 2f plus 10 equals 0. A squared plus b, and you use the quadratic formula to solve it. So these things can all be used by making a triangle of forces. I'm just going to switch back to the chat and see if that's left anyone bewildered. Okay, hopefully that's been useful. Oh, hi William. Okay, so any more questions? Okay, so that's about half an hour. Now, I'm hoping that's given people a little bit of help with their revision of equilibrium forces. Year 12s, if there are any in here, then that should have been quite useful in terms of talking about how the forces work and how they interact. I'm going to make this as better and touch it up, and if I've made any mistakes, I'll go through and add captions and things. I hope if any of this is useful, then people will comment and tell me what was useful. They'll give me feedback on how I can improve things. Thank you for those people who've been with me all day. Thank you for people who've been taking part. I'm exhausted. I'm going to go have a lie down. But thank you so much for joining me today. I hope I've been able to offer something. If there's anything I can ask, all I would suggest is if you go to these places, so Twitter, you can tweet me, Facebook, or send me an email. I'll answer any questions. So my challenge for you today, if you're a sixth former, tell me what you want me to go through. Tell me what the topics you never understood. Tell me the stuff that you are yet to do this term and you want to understand. Tell me what skills it is you'd like to go through next. I'm going to try and go through as many different things as I can. I'm going to try and make it interesting for people. I know year 13 is a very frustrating time, but those of you who know that you might want to improve things or that we don't know how the assessment's working, please consider going and doing things. Thank you very much for all the people who've been here. I really appreciate it. Thank you very much.